attendance here today. If you do have a telephone, would you please silence it now so it won't have any interruptions during the proceedings? And at this time, Lisa, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Harold Clendenin. Here. Commission Chairman Mike Mason.
Here.
Commissioner Eric King. Here. Commissioner Dennis Moore.
Here.
And I will note that Commissioner Courtney Kennedy has recused herself from this hearing and she will not be present.
All right, thank you. Has everyone had a chance to read the minutes from Monday's meeting?
Yes.
Could I have a motion and a second?
I make a motion that we accept the minutes as they were read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. At this time, we are going to get started on the hearing portion. If the city would like to call their first witness, if both sides are ready to convene.
Ready to proceed. Good statement. Any witness currently giving testimony.
All right. If any witness is to be called at this time, we would like for you to leave the room until you are called to testify. Yes.
There's two witnesses, they're going to be expert witnesses that both sides have agreed that they would not have to leave, and I've already informed our expert. Confused when you I'm here all day, you never call as witnesses. There's by agreement they can stay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Morning, if I can address the commission. I'm Angela Bird. You're probably going to hear a lot from me today, and I'm probably going to refer to you as court or judge. Forgive me if I do that. I'm used to that behavior. And I realize that the commission's ready to get ready. I usually do an opening statement, and I'm not sure if the city wants to give one, but I would like that opportunity.
I'm happy to give an opening statement if that's what Ms. Bird's counsel is doing as well.
Okay.
And my opening statement is this. First, I'll let you know who the witnesses are from Conway PD that you will be hearing from today. Our first witness will be Lieutenant Tom Kennedy. Lieutenant Kennedy conducted the IA investigation that ultimately resulted in the termination of Brittany Bird. You will first hear from him. He'll go through his full investigation, what he reviewed with respect to Ms. Bird, how that investigation played out, and everything he looked at, and GPS data, all of it. So he will go through all of it. It will take some time, and I ask that y'all stay with me during it. The next witness we will have is Assistant Chief Mike Welsh. Assistant Chief Welsh was on the review board, made recommendations about violations, and ultimately recommended termination. We will next call Major Clay Smith. Major Smith was also on the review board. He recommended that he found policy violations and also requested or recommended her termination. You also hear from Sergeant Philip Sweet, also a member of the review board. He reviewed all of the investigative material from Lieutenant Kennedy, as did everyone, identified that there were policy violations, and recommended her termination. You will then hear from Major James Presley, also on the review board. He reviewed the investigative file. He made determinations that Ms. Bird had violated policy, and he also recommended her termination. You will finally today, on behalf of the Conway PD, hear from Chief Chris Harris. Chief Harris will also state to y'all that he was on the review board, reviewed the investigative file, determined that Ms. Bird had indeed violated the policies that the other members had found, and decided to terminate her. He terminated her on June 30th, 2025. Gentlemen of the commission, this is a simple case. It really is. Now, the petitioner is going to try to bring in other pieces of evidence that they show that Ms. Byrd should not have been terminated. But when you look at everything, this is very, very simple. On April 13th, 2025, Ms. Byrd was on patrol, on duty with Conway PD. Ms. Byrd was located right across the street from Fifth Avenue Park. And I'll show you on this map that we have. Conway, you live in Conway, you know this area. This is the area where the shooting occurred on the northern. Ms. Byrd, on that evening, was located over the parking lot. Over that funeral home parking lot and the parking lot of rock solid. They were towing vehicles, are gathering at the vehicles in a way to dissuade. Over there. 10:45 p.m. In fact, she is the officer who called in shots fired. She called in multiple shots fired over here at Fifth Ave. That's what she said. What does she do then? That is what this case is. What was her response? Did she run to the park? No. Did she drive into the park? No. She was in an SUV, right? Not a small patrol unit, not a small sedan that maybe she couldn't navigate, right, over curves. She was in an SUV. Didn't go into the park, right? What she did was she sat in that parking lot for over a minute, and then left the parking lot. That time when she left the parking lot, did she go, oh my gosh, shots fired over 70, I'm gonna go into this park? Nope, didn't do that. She went south, right? And I'll show you the route. Went south down Central Landing, away from the park. Shooting is here. South down Central Landing, right on Sixth. What did she do? Did she go up Fifth Ave? It's good. She could do that, get close to that shooting, go to help people that we know were injured. Did she do it? No. What she did was, went down Sixth, did you go up Fifth? Put on up Third, did she do that? Nope, didn't do that, right? People are injured, didn't do it. Kept going. She go up Second, didn't go up Second, didn't do that. So what she did was, she went up first. She had multiple direct routes. Not only could she have driven exactly into the park, right? Could have taken Fifth Ave, could have taken Third Ave, could have taken Second, didn't do it. Went up first, and then went over to Second, went up Third, and went all the way around to the park. She had a direct line, and she didn't. Moreover, she didn't use her lights and sirens, right? What do you do when there's a mass shooting? Get there as quick as you can, and one of the ways you do it is lights and sirens. Alert people, get out of my way. I gotta get somewhere. She didn't do it, right? No lights and sirens. What else do we know about her response? It was a slow one. Slow response. Not only no lights and sirens, but not going fast. Not trying to get there to take care of people. What else do we know? You know, other officers responded on that. Other officers from across town got there before she did. She was right there. And other officers got there before she did. What else do we know? Cut off her dash cam, right? Had dash cam running in this parking lot, sitting there, dash cam running. What does she do? She shuts it off. So not only no lights and sirens, not getting their emergency, not going there directly, also didn't turn on her dash cam, right? So all of that, those are the actions that Ms. Byrd took on an evening in Conway, Arkansas, when there was a mass shooting. And ladies and gentlemen, we expect more of Conway PD police officers. We expect when there is a mass shooting, when people are in need, that those officers go towards them. They don't go away. Right? What else do we know? We know there was another officer there, an officer named Sean Riddle. You're going to hear about him, and they're going to say, well, Sean Riddle also went south. Well, I got some things to say about him. Right? John Riddle, rookie, it's for 10 years. Riddle also went south. One, he gets out of that parking lot quick. He's out of the parking lot within about 30 seconds. 30 seconds from running to his patrol vehicle, start the time then, gets in, out of that parking lot, right? There were tow trucks there, there was a city truck there. What'd he do? Drove over the curbs, right? Try to get there, try to assist. He then goes to the northeast corner, can't get in there. On his radio, there's another officer saying, I've got a victim over here. So Officer Riddle goes south to get there because he had heard he was trying to be. Does travel south. Right? He goes, what's the most direct way I can get there? Can't get in at this corner. If there's a victim over here, what do I do? Right. What else did he do? Lights and sirens. Lights and sirens the whole way. What else did he do? Because we've got his dash cam, we know his speed, right? He gets 51 miles an hour going down Central. Right? He gets traffic here, he's punching through it. Using lights and sirens. Conway PD officers. That is what you are going to hear in this hearing. They are going to try to make it about other people. Try to make it about other people. Maybe should have broken up the party before, shouldn't have happened. But we know it did. We know it absolutely happened. And we know that Officer Berg didn't respond as we expected police. The only is the only. They're going to bring in evidence about how Ms. Berg was a great officer, had good performance evaluations, had received awards. Ladies and gentlemen, that doesn't matter if in one day you take such an action that you cannot come back from. You cannot come back from going the other way during an action. You cannot come back from not responding to rights and sirens. Not come back from not responding with urgency to a mass shooting. And any officer, even the best officer, can have a day when they commit violations with the only option. Ask this commission, all the evidence, determined that one, Spurred committed those false. There's no doubt about that. Conduct unbecoming, unsatisfactory performance, failure to use her body cam, failure to use her lights and sirens. You also see in her interview, she's interviewed during the investigation. She's ordinary. Nothing that she consistently is arguing with him. She's challenging him. And I personally don't care. Rolling her eyes, insubordination. What else do we know in that interview? She is untruthful about her route. She's untruthful about why she went south. So you are going to hear all of that. Indeed, the evidence that we have supports she committed those policy violations. And again, those are policy violations you cannot come back from. They're policy violations to which the only disciplinary action is taken. Thank you.
I've already introduced myself. Angela Bird. I've been an attorney since 1992. I've heard this saying a lot from a lot of different judges. I've been with Judge Ed Clausen, heard him say it. Recently, it's been more from Judge H.G. Foster. It's not just a case, it's the case for every single person that comes in front of Judge Foster. Because to the person in front of him, this is the only thing that matters. Today, it is the case because, folks, what you do here today not only impacts Officer Byrd, it shapes your Conway Police Department, and it shapes your town. This commission was created so that you would be a balance for justice, to make sure that we're doing things right in our different departments within the city. I hold you to that. I ask you for that. because what we want here is to seek the truth. Listen to all of it. I ask you to open your hearts and your minds and listen to everything. Officer Byrd did start with Conway Police Department in 2015. She was Rookie of the Year. She was Officer of the Year. She's had the Life Saving Award. She's had the Valor Award. Letters of commendation. She's proactive. She's helping keep your streets safe. She doesn't wait for something to happen. She's going to see what she can do to keep it from happening. Valor Award, that's because she saw a man that was drowning over at Beaver Fork. She says, I'm going to be off the radio a minute, takes her gear off and goes in to save him. She tried to save him and risked her life to save one person. What do you think she would have done? But you'll hear these letters of commendation, the evaluations that not only is she proactive, but that she's a go-getter, that she is textbook response. She's a good officer, ladies and gentlemen, and from a good line of them as well. Her dad was a 36-year officer, both as state trooper and then as sheriff here. Her mother and great uncle have both been with the state police. She's got 2 out of her 3 brothers who are law enforcement over in Tennessee. Why do I bring this up? This is not a job for her. This is who she is. This is who my family is. We respond and we help. To be clear, Mom is over here. I'm second mom, and I've been around since Brittany was 5 years old. I'm not testifying, just want to make it sure that you understand I've not been a trooper. She was the trooper. That's Mom. We're proud of the officer that we raised and the daughter that we raised. From 2015 to 2023, honors, commendations, letters of recommendation, grade evaluations, 0 internal investigations. She doesn't have any letter of reprimand or discipline ever. Nothing but awards. But after telling supervisors about misuse of funds and meetings with now Chief Harris and others, she's been systematically retaliated against. She filed a federal lawsuit, and that's been pending. In our estimation, this AI, it's supposed to be an open AI. Open, what does that mean? That means we don't have a subject. Nobody has called in a complaint to say we are not happy with the performance of a particular officer because of what they've done. It's open. The press conference that the chief gave, even to begin with, said, I'm going to look into everything that we did in this. I'm paraphrasing. Hold me accountable. This AI 25-04, in my estimation, was an opportunity for them to harass her, not to see what CPD did right or wrong. Let's talk about that weekend, April 12th and 13th, Saturday and Sunday. This was a yearly event. It was all weekend. The promoter did not have a pavilion rental for any park. Those are posted on the Tuesdays before. We'll ask Welsh about that. They didn't have a permit. There were flyers. There was online advertising through social media. Saturday, that party thrower had made plans for security at Toadsuck Park. Had some Faulkner County folks out there, not CPD, not the city. But it quickly had over 600 cars, multiple people in every cars, out-of-town folks, 11 Hellcat Chargers. Traffic seriously impeded into Conway.
I'm sorry, I need to lodge an objection. As we discussed at the hearing,
Sorry, if everyone could speak into the microphone, and the reason is this being recorded and live streamed, and if anyone's not actually talking into a microphone, it's like they're silent, so they can't hear you. Thank you.
sure, that's fine. I need to lodge an objection. As I stated at the last meeting of this commission, one of the things that I anticipate that Ms. Byrd's attorneys will do is bring up issues prior to the shooting. bring up issues about the parties that were occurring that weekend. As is very clear, what this case is about is Ms. Byrd's response after the shooting occurred. This is not a referendum on how Conway PD handled the parties earlier. Like it or not, like what Conway PD did or not, the fact is the shooting occurred, and officers have to respond whether they like what happened before or not. And so this is a preview of, I think, how they plan to handle this hearing, as I said at the last commission meeting, and it's to go into all of these issues that are completely irrelevant. And if that's what we're going to do, and we are going to analyze the entire weekend and what happened on Friday night, on Saturday day, on Saturday night, on Sunday day, we will be here for a very long time talking about things that are completely irrelevant. The issue here is, did Ms. Byrd respond appropriately? She was not disciplined for anything prior to what happened prior to the shooting, not disciplined for any of that. Not disciplined for anything related to Friday night, Saturday day, Saturday night, or Sunday day. So in my opinion, and as I said at the commission hearing, I think going down that line of evidence, that line of facts is completely irrelevant. It will keep us here a very long time and waste this commission's time. I would ask that they be directed to stick to the issues before the commission on what happened with Ms. Byrd's response.
In response, first off, I normally don't have people object in the middle of my opening statement, but I'm happy to respond. You did hear a motion in limine on Monday. Being that it was so quick in time, I had other court obligations. I was not able to take off and be here. To be clear, you have an open AI 25-04 investigation in front of you. As a result of that thorough investigation, they charged one person and decided that they were going to fire her, Ms. Byrd. I totally get that they don't want all the other facts coming out. I get that. Because what it would do is show you that this is harassment and that she hasn't done anything and needs to be back at work. Because this is an open investigation. It's about the entire PD. It's fulfilling his promise that he made at his opening when he came in front of the press conference. I'm not trying to prolong your time here, but I'm not going to shorten it either. It is relevant because this is an open investigation, which means they talked about in their investigation with every officer what happened Saturday night, what happened Sunday day, and what happened Sunday night. Plus, it's also relevant that if you were to find that she has violated some type of policy, you've also got to look at what do we do as a result? What is the punishment going to be? Which means you need information about how all the other officers with what they did or failed to do Saturday and Sunday. What did they do? And compare that. It's highly relevant. I know that our commissioner decided, head commissioner, I know I keep wanting to say judge, I'm struggling with that, is that you held that decision under advisement. And I think you also did ours as well. And I would note that up until opening statement, we had not been told what the untruthful statement was. We finally hear it today. So since we're going to go ahead and address motions in limine one more time with objection, I would ask that you renew ours, say that's off the table, because you have to follow policy, and that policy says you're supposed to advise them. Not a general, specific. That was the first time you heard it. We've been asking. You didn't hear it Monday either. She knows what she did. Worked me when I was a little kid growing up. Not appropriate in this setting. So I would renew that motion and ask that you deny her motion in limine and that I can proceed with my opening statement.
I'm still not sure that a lot of that especially on Saturday, if it is relevant or not. So at this time, I would sustain her objection.
In relation to that, then I'll move forward in relation to the opening statement, but I'd ask the court to reserve that in terms of the evidence until we move forward. Is that appropriate? All right, thank you. In relation to the findings now of our commissioner, sir, Mr. Mason, are you directing that I move strictly to shots fired? Or may I start on Sunday?
No, you can do Sunday. When the shots fired is really appropriate from then up to when it was all over.
Okay, what I'm trying to be sure of is, are you limiting me to shots fired and on? Or may I talk about the events on Sunday?
You can talk about Sunday's events because things did lead up to the firing, so.
Yes, sir. Thank
Yep.
you. I wanted to be sure about that before I move forward. Sunday, day shift comes on duty. Officer Shaylin Smith, you will hear from her. She had seen the flyers for Sunday Fun Day. She sent a text message to 10 officers, including her sergeant, 8:57 a.m., so that they would know, in effect, we're not done. In hopes that they would do something to shut it down before it started or have a plan in place to deal with it. Sergeant Gray had that information. At some point, he told his lieutenant, which is Chris Paget, Lieutenant Paget, who took it up the line to Major Presley through a text message. Large gathering, no security. Response from Major Presley was 10-4. So Lieutenant Paget and Sergeant Gray made sure the cameras were active at the park. When it started at 3, they tried their best to monitor, make sure if it's going to get big, what kind of plans can we put in place. They made sure about parking. They had a police presence. They left at 5, though, and it didn't get shut down. No one asked, do you have other information? Do you have the ability to be here? They thought they couldn't do anything without seeing criminal activity, drugs, alcohol, guns. Well, now the night shift gets to work. It's their problem now. This party has now been unmonitored from shortly after 5 until the night shift can get out there. Officer Byrd says, hey, LT, it's Lieutenant Monty Matthews. They get together and she talks about the information that she knows has transpired earlier in the day, and they work out a plan. And that plan is, let's address all the people that are parked, see if these private locations, being the funeral home, being the church that's right there, want folks parked in their parking lots. If they don't, we'll tell them with whoever they want to use. So they did that. They also called the street department, had barricades set up and getting ready to be set up. That's a good plan. And that's what they started doing. Officer Byrd made those phone calls. Officer Byrd made directions for the towing folks. Officer Byrd started on somebody from the street department coming with barricades. So a truck with a trailer with those barricades on it. They start to implement that plan. A lot of those folks got towed or left that parking lot. One of those tow truck drivers you'll hear from, Mr. Blake Papera. If I say his name wrong, my bad. Blake said, Officer Watkins, would you please come with me? I want to go over and tell people that we're about to start towing their cars. Come get them, move them, find someplace else. Officer Watkins said, good luck with that. Wouldn't go. Interestingly, Officer Watkins had seen a bunch of people running about 50 minutes or so, not quite an hour, before the shots fired, suddenly running. And he approached a lady who was crossing the street with a dog. Why are the people running? They got guns up in there. Officer Watkins decides within 30 minutes it might be time for him to go to Buffalo Wild Wings. And that's where he responds from, Buffalo Wild Wings. He didn't tell anybody. He didn't tell any officer. He didn't put it on radio. The only time it comes out is when he's under Garrett and he's in an interview room and he tells Officer Kennedy. Back to the plan. So they're implementing a plan. Officer Bird's there with Officer Riddle. Let's be real clear. Folks with guns are the folks at Park. They're the problem. They're the folks who didn't do right. They've been charged. They're the ones that decided to shoot a weapon. Hectic, chaotic. These are terms that Lieutenant Kennedy used in his interviews with officers. I know you heard it Monday from Counsel Annie Depper, but then you heard it again here today. In effect, she didn't want to talk about anything else, but she said Monday, Bird did a great job before shots fired. She did a great job after shots fired. This is about the route and the time in their estimation. I'll tell you what's left. 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Hold me to that. Feel free to write it down. That's the driving response time that Officer Bird had control of. Now, her and Officer Riddle are in a parking lot, and let's be clear about where that is. I'm going to speak up. Over here.
Miss Bird? I'm sorry. I don't mean, please don't call me sir. There are 2 handheld microphones on each council table, and I believe they work, which would allow the council to move through the room. There may be a button to push. That way everyone at home watching this can hear everything.
Okay. Is that better?
Thank you.
Thank you for making me
you.
uncomfortable. Here's our park, Central Landing. There's a parking lot here. Everybody knows where the funeral home is. Unfortunately, if you've been here longer than probably even 5 years, if you've been here 10 years, 20 years, you've had loved ones that, or family or friends that you've had to go to this funeral home. You know the parking lot starts closer to the Oak side and then wraps around the building. Then there's a bigger parking lot here, and then the church. Where Officer Bird and Officer Riddle are is down here. Interestingly enough, up here, there's a state trooper car. You'll see it in the videos. Why do I say that? This trooper didn't run in. Riddle didn't run in. But we want to say Bird should have run in. This trooper didn't drive his car across everything and go straight into the park in the middle of all those people running for their lives or trying to leave in their cars. You'll see him pull out behind Officer Watkins in the video. He comes this way. Riddle has the ability, because he's closer to the road, to pull out. We have a church video, a little divine intervention, if you will, that's going to show what were the things in the way for Officer Bird to be in control of her leaving. The entranceway, we've got a tow truck. We have a street department truck with a trailer. We have a man who's walking across here, who's leaving. We got to be sure about where he goes. He stops in front of her. We don't need to treat him like a speed bump or a bumper car. We need to make sure that everybody we see, are they okay? Do they have injury? Which way are they going so I don't injure them? When she comes this way, we now have 2 females who have run across the road and they lay down in the parking lot between the funeral home and the church. You'll see it on the video. she has to pause and make sure that they're not injured people. She's trying to be fast, which is why she doesn't get out. I imagine if they had had blood on them or anything else, she would have. But she paused to make sure that they get up, they're okay, they're walking off and getting out of the way. In the meantime, we've had a tow truck pull out. He'd been right there when shots were fired in the parking lot. Street department guy says, let me move a little bit. He moves some. Now she has to wait for him. So she has to go on the other side. Riddle goes on what would be the right side if you were in the driver's seat for that streetcar. Riddle goes on the right side of that. Turns right, takes the U-turn that's right here. It's not really a U-turn. You'll see him gripe about that, people doing that. He did it because he got a call from Pew. Pew says over the radio, somebody just ran up to me, they've been shot. So he turns around and is heading back this way. Brittany, in the meantime, has come around to the left side of that truck trying to get out. And all she sees is a different car going that way. I'm not good with directions. You're going to have to follow my finger. Sorry about that. So she follows him down Central Landing, thinking we're after a bad guy. Isn't that what police officers do? Right? I mean, we're going to help protect and serve people who've had injuries because we've had a shooting occurred. Absolutely, number one priority. We got to be sure about that. Two, in the meantime, overall, what do we got to be doing? Looking for bad guys. We know there's been multiple weapons shot. When she gets in that median, that's the first time she has control. And her drive time from that point in the median to the other side of the park where she knows that officer who said, I have an injured party, is. There's a difference between a shooting, like a shots fired, and now we have an injured party. Responses are different. She's trying to get to Pew. Officer Pew says, I've got somebody who's been injured. She knows that. They think they're also after somebody, so she takes off after him. When she gets in the median to the time she's at the top of that, because there's a street, right, on the other side of Tipton-Hurst, and it curves around, and then that's where you can pull into the park on the northwest side. I only knew that because I memorized that. It's not a direction. When she did that, she hits more traffic. There's actually somebody, I would say it's a blind curve, right? You don't know what you're going to find until you take that curve. When she takes that curve, there is a car who is now backing up, blocks the road. She's impeded again. And then you'll see in videos, lots of cars, lots of people. So from median to traffic on the other side that impedes it yet again, 2 minutes, 37 seconds. I'd say Bird did a lot in those valuable beginning minutes. Officer Bird is the party who called shots fired. Have presence of mind, get the information out there as soon as possible. Bird is the officer who said multiple guns, about 40 rounds, multiple guns. She's the officer who says, what's the victim location, Pew? When she gets on scene, it's how many victims do we have total? Textbook? How many injuries do we have? Let's talk about severity so we know how to prioritize. When Pafford gets here, the ambulance gets here. Textbook. Bird took her medical kit. She knows right where it's at. The lady that she approaches with Pew, Pew's trying to look for his materials. He's a young officer. She comes up. She knows where to apply pressure. She knows what to do. She's looking for an exit wound in relation to the shoulder injury. She's trying to stop the bleeding. She encounters a young lady who's now said she's feeling lightheaded and sits down. She's starting to hyperventilate, right? Adrenaline's hitting her. that kind of thing. What does Bird do? It's going to be okay. Here's what we're going to do. I know it hurts. We have to apply pressure. She explains the process. She helps her. She helps Pew in identifying the issue. Not only that, but she's also being a cop. What's your name? What's your phone number? You have some emergency contacts we need to be aware of. Did you see who was doing the shooting? Bird is the officer that when Sergeant Sweet gets on scene, he comes up to. What do you need? She says, bring your med kit. He goes and gets his med kit. He comes back to her, says a couple things, and then he leaves with the med kit. It's Officer Bird who advises, hey, we have an ambulance who can't leave. They're blocked in. People won't let them get in their unit. We need an escort because they're blocked, and I can't leave the patients that I'm with. Oh, and in the meantime, a first responder has brought another female that's injured to Bird's location. So they load up 2 women and let them go together. Who's injured? What kind of injuries do we have? We need to prioritize them by severity. We need to assist ambulances in getting out. But she's not done there. She doesn't sit idly by. She doesn't sit down and go, whew, boy, that was tough. She looks for something else to do. She doesn't wait for an order. She doesn't walk around in circles. She goes and says, what can I do, Lieutenant Matthews? She helps put up crime scene tape. She keeps people outside of that tape. She will not let people go inside of the tape to get anything out of cars. A lot of those people she sees quite a few times. She goes and does until she's done with her shift. All she's ever been told after this was, this is an open AI. You're a witness. We have rules. If you are a suspect in an AI, then you are supposed to be informed of that, informed of the allegation. You have a right to have someone present. All she was ever told until we're done with the AI is that she is a witness. We get questions about why no blue lights? Why no video sooner? Why not driving faster or a shorter route? And I even typed it, then fired her for saying she's lied somehow. Today, standing here right now, we finally were. Black's Law Dictionary defines that as an untruth. A lie is an untruth deliberately told for the purpose of deception or deceiving. An intentional act, not a misstatement. And when officers are under the gun and something like a mass shooting has happened, you're thinking about getting somewhere. What else am I looking for? Who else am I looking for? What do I need to do when I get there? Along with, I'm getting there as soon as I can. Can't tell you how many times we've had officers who are involved in shootings, actual shootings, and they can't tell you if they fired one time, 5 times, 10 times, emptied, because your focus narrows in. It's the task at hand, not what street I took. When they asked her about the streets that she took, she said, I thought we were after somebody. At 5th Street, somebody turned up there and I knew they were trapped, like the cars everywhere. So I went down and I took the next one. They're going to talk about 3rd Street. And she said, well, I think it was 3rd Street. It's not a lie. "14 calls to dispatch before shots fired because of the party at 5th Avenue Park. No plan, no extra officers, no barricades yet. Stay out of private parking, stay off the grass." Major Presley says 10-4. Major Presley didn't get disciplined. Multiple officers have multiple dash cam streams. To be real clear, your dash cam, unless your unit is off, does not quit recording. That's why when you're going to watch videos, if either a triggering event or they push the button to make it start, they are identifying that an event has occurred that it wants, and it will go back 30 seconds to actually preserve it with their body cam, merge it when it gets assigned to a case. But it's always recording. There's a feature that they can request. It's called look back. They could have gotten every bit of this if they'd acted in a timely manner. Multiple officers have multiple streams, meaning something happened, maybe they turned off the lights, maybe they hit their horn and then quit doing that, maybe they touched a button on their chest and then touched it again. Multiple streams. Pauses. Some of those officers also had, we're going to call them alternate routes. They didn't take the first opportunity, the most direct route. Officer Murray had an opportunity coming down that he could have turned left on Oak and come straight down. He bypassed that and went down. I don't second guess them because you know what? In the height of the moment, you have to make a decision like that. What I am pointing out is that the very same conduct that brings us here today, other officers who responded did. And they knew about it in this AI investigation. They didn't get disciplined. Sergeant Sweet drove into oncoming traffic on Central Landing. That's a double divided street. And then went around to Oak. So he bypassed. We have an entrance to the park. It's over here. He bypassed that entrance, went all the way to Oak, and then came down so he could get there. Seconds after he did, you'll see him in Lieutenant Monty Matthews' video, bypassing it and going on through the traffic, and then he comes back over. There's a place where you can make the turning lanes for the funeral home. And he gets back on the right side of the road and goes to Oak. So there's a distance, and you'll see him driving in the wrong side of the road. That's against policy, even in an emergency in relation to that, if you're putting others at harm. He bypassed a direct route. He bypassed the first opportunity. Seconds later, Lieutenant Matthews, is going to park right there, and Noah Murray, Officer Murray, is going to park in front of him and enter in that same location that Sergeant Sweet bypassed. Sergeant Sweet didn't get disciplined. Sergeant Sweet didn't even get put under Garrity. Sergeant Sweet was not interviewed. Sergeant Sweet sat on a review board and had a vote. After this investigation, they only gave her limited information, a little on a thumb drive.
I'm sorry to co-counsel, but Lieutenant Kennedy sitting here in the courtroom, and I've had it reported, people and witnesses out in the audience that are watching it being live streamed on YouTube, which is a clear violation of the rule. I ask that all of them be excluded as witnesses, or that they be admonished to stop doing it.
Does that microphone work, Mr. Newcomb? It's just the people watching this cannot hear unless you're talking into a microphone.
I've had Lieutenant Kennedy's here in the courtroom. It's been reported to me. I don't think he should be here if he's going to be a witness, or he no longer should be allowed to be a witness. That's the purpose of the rule. If somebody breaks it, they can't testify. And it's been reported that the people out in the in the lobby that are the witnesses, or some of them are watching it on YouTube or live stream. And that would be a violation of the rule. You know, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know but that's a serious problem, given the whole purpose of the rule is that the people don't get to hear what other people say and conform their testimony to be with it. So I think some sanctions should be imposed for that going on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry to.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yes, you're fine. Is there anyone else in the room here that is going to testify? Okay, it would probably be better if you did go outside unless. Yeah, except the two expert witnesses that they had already okayed, both parties. Is there any way?
They're able to hear out in the lobby, that's not necessarily their fault, but if they're hearing because of the speaker size, you know, what's being said, that they should go to someplace else. And then secondly, that the rule also involves, I don't talk about the case with others about the testimony. I can talk about whether the Razorbacks are going to go do good this year or the UCA team is, but I can't talk about the case.
And is there any way we can get someone out there that wants?
May I provide a comment on behalf of Conway PD? First, I understand the rule has been invoked and we did instruct everyone to leave. I will state at this time, these are just opening statements. There's been no testimony taken, no evidence that's come in for review that a witness might hear and then change their testimony as a result of evidence coming in. So I think we're still okay. I certainly understand the concern. Lieutenant Kennedy's been asked to leave, and we'll certainly, again, for any other witness who is in this room, go ahead and get out. But again, no evidence has been taken. So I think at this point, I appreciate Mr. Newcomb for identifying that. There's no need to exclude any witnesses from testifying. These are just opening statements. And I will tell you, from Conway PD, all of the officers that I went through the list of who would be testifying, they're not even in the building. So they're not out there watching live stream.
I tend to agree, except that I think any witness should be asked what they heard from the opening statement, because while it may or may not be an accurate statement, as the courts would say that opening statements are just sort of to inform what's anticipated, is that they've heard what we expect different witnesses to address. We can cut it off now where they don't hear anymore. But that's the problem is, you know, that I've had it come up once before and where people started watching it on YouTube. And that's, I mean, I've seen where jurors have, you know, talked about it on YouTube or whatever during trials, and the judges have had to declare mistrials. And I'd like to have that avoided and the people really admonished to obey it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think at that, we can go ahead and get started with the evidence.
I appreciate that.
I got a question. Who are the expert witnesses? Because if we keep talking about, I don't know who you are, so,
I'll let them identify theirs. Ours is Mr. Mark Nelson.
okay.
I'll figure out the button on that until I do.
All right.
Ours is Mike Dixon, and he's not even here with us. He is in North Carolina, so we'll be presenting him over Zoom. We have access to Zoom for him.
So there's no one here in this room right now that's an expert witness? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to make note that we just confirmed that everybody that's in the, under the rule, make sure they're not listening to their phones or talking to their phones. The phones should be put away at this time.
Yes,
Anyone
if we,
that's acting as bailiff, I'm sorry.
yes, if we could get a bailiff or something out there that could control them listening.
Yeah,
There's a TV on in the lobby with the volume on playing.
The volume's not on, is they can hear it from through the glass. It's the volume is very plain. But the volume, now since we are making a record, the female voice, I believe, was Lauren Wilfong. And the male voice was Alex Albertson.
Is there another room maybe they could go to where they can't hear through the glass?
Not familiar with this building. Is there? Can,
Oh, you need to do that.
okay, we are going to be moving all the witnesses to a different room, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shouted for you, but I can't scratch it.
Okay, just to make sure, are there any other witnesses in the room that will be testifying during this? All right, thank you. And Ms. Mabry Williams is moving them to a different room.
They're all moved.
We still have some folks sitting in the lobby out there. Are they witnesses or are they just?
She moved out the witnesses. Those are not witnesses.
Okay, perfect.
They'll be able to, you moved them.
Okay, I think that we can continue now. Counselor, if you would like to finish with your opening statement.
I'm done, thank you.
Okay.
In my defense, he told me to get a microphone.
If you're ready to proceed and call your first witness.
Mr. Chairman, Conway PD calls Lieutenant Tom Kennedy as our first witness.
We made him leave, now we don't know where he is. I'll go find him.
I'm not sure. Does the commission swear him in, or do we just proceed?
We need to swear him in. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth?
Oh, my God, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant Kennedy.
Morning.
Would you please state your full name?
My name is Tom Kennedy.
Lieutenant Kennedy, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Conway Police Department.
And what is your position with Conway Police Department?
I'm a lieutenant over the Criminal Investigations Division.
What are your roles and responsibilities in that position?
Basically, anything that involves personal or property crime. I have 2 sergeants that work under me and several detectives and a couple civilian employees with victim services and crime scene stuff like that. Occasionally, I do AI investigations depending on the nature of the AI. I'm responsible to help with the budget for our division, stuff like that.
How long have you been with Conway Police Department?
15 years.
You conducted an AI investigation, and that AI investigation number was AI 25-04. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who asked you to conduct that investigation?
Chief Chris Harris.
When did Chief Harris ask you to conduct that investigation?
I believe it was April 14th of 2025.
That would be the day after the shooting on April 13th.
Yes.
And what was the scope of the investigation that Chief Harris asked you to conduct?
It was described basically as a wide net. Wanted to look at everything through the entire weekend. Did anything happen on Friday, Saturday, Sunday? We were aware of a couple of parties that had happened. Were those parties connected? Should have we known they were connected? Did the agency respond appropriately to those parties that happened? Did we plan for things? Stuff like that.
Were you told to investigate any particular officer?
No, I was not.
Did you understand that you were supposed to investigate any particular officer?
No.
Was this the first AI you had ever conducted?
No, this was the 5th AI that I've conducted.
Provide us with a general overview of how you conduct AI investigations.
Really depends on the AI. If it's something as simple as someone made a statement, then maybe you interview that person, the person that complained about the statement, any witness that might have been around. And if there's any sort of audio, video, so, you would look for that. One of this scope's a little bit different because there was a lot more involved, and so it became much more extensive. So each AI is done differently, and really the AIs steer themselves. They kind of direct you to where you need to go next.
So an AI might require you to look into a specific allegation against an officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And if so, that would be a more limited AI, is that correct?
For that portion of it, yes, it would.
But this AI Chief Harris asked you to conduct was open in scope, look at the entire response from Conway PD that weekend, is that correct?
Yes.
Walk me through the investigatory steps you took in conducting that AI investigation.
Sure. Like I said, this one was pretty big. It's probably one of the largest investigations that we've done, just because it was over a span of a weekend. And this was the most significant and major shooting event that we've ever had in as I'm aware of, the history of the city. So I started off basically with personnel interviews. There were 17 personnel that were interviewed, and looking at park cameras for Fifth Avenue Park. It wasn't just for the Fifth Avenue side. I had no video for Toad Suck on Saturday, and so all I could do was talk to people about what happened then. Out of the park cameras, truly only 6 of the 9 were functioning, so I had to review all 6 of those. And because this event was a long event, meaning people start arriving at a certain time, I had to watch many hours of all of these cameras. And then there's body cameras that I could review from the officers that were at the the park, Fifth Avenue Park. There was 15 of them that I could go through. And then it was all of the emergency and non-emergency phone calls that came in leading up to the shots fired. And so there was 15 non-emergency line phone calls and 1 emergency line phone call. Now, just because I say it was a non-emergency line call doesn't mean that it was a non-emergency. That's just the method in which they used to contact dispatch on that date.
So how long did your investigation take approximately?
It was a month.
During that investigation, I think you said you interviewed 17 individuals. Is
That's
that
correct.
correct? You reviewed surveillance film from Fifth Avenue Park. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And not all of those videos were available, but the ones that you could see, some weren't functioning, but the ones you
Right.
could see, you reviewed. Is that correct?
Right, that's correct.
In addition to that, you reviewed all radio traffic calls for that weekend. Is that
Yes.
correct? You also reviewed the dash cams and body cams of officers that responded to Fifth Avenue Park. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are those lengthy when you put all those together?
And when you put it all together, it's hundreds of hours. It took a very long time to do this.
Did you ultimately conduct GPS route analysis for certain officers?
I did.
This investigation starts broad. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, through the investigation, you start to look specifically at a couple of officers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who were those officers?
Officer Byrd and Officer Riddle.
Why did your investigation become more focused on Officer Byrd?
So that's a 2-part answer. And so I had, about the time the investigation was over, I was approached by Sergeant Westbecker and Sergeant Myers separately and told that there was some rumblings downstairs about an officer that did not respond to the shooting. And then that officer was Officer Byrd. And so based off of that, I then requested the GPS coordinates from the vehicle, from her vehicle, from 1936 until 1956 on the 13th of April, which would just include basically that response time. In doing that, I also looked at her camera footage on her vehicle, body camera. I learned that there was 2 sets, so 2 sets of dash cam and 2 sets of body cam. So I looked at them. Officer Riddle was also there, and so I then looked at Officer Riddle's response. So when I got the GPS coordinates for Miss Byrd, then I realized that she had left out of the parking lot and took a very long route to the scene. And so when I watched Officer Riddle's camera, he also didn't go into the park and he went around. And so I brought that information to the chief. And I told him that, there was some discrepancy, that, 2 officers did drive around. And I'm not sure why that happened. There could have been a reason. And so the chief told me to go ahead and look into that further.
Just to make sure we're all clear, when you're talking about the time, you were looking at the time of Brittany Byrd's response, and you mentioned 1936 to 1956. That's military time. So
I'm
it'd
sorry,
be
yes.
7:36 to 7:56. Is that correct?
PM, yes.
And the mass shooting occurred around 7:45.
7:45 in about 51 seconds.
So your investigation becomes more narrowed as you go through. You've conducted a lot of it. And let me ask you this. When is Officer Byrd's conduct or response brought to your attention? Is it at the tail end of your investigation?
It was right as I was about to finalize it. The one thing that we were never looking into at that point was the actual response because, well, honestly, we assumed everyone was lights and sirens. Any cameras that I saw that detectives watching during the criminal case, everyone was running very fast and lights and sirens. So there was really no need. We were looking more for what could have we done better beforehand. So it wasn't even supposed to go that direction until it did.
So looking into Byrd's response, you reviewed her dash cam and body cam, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed, you determined GPS routes, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. You would also listen to radio logs where you could hear Miss Byrd, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also looked at other officers' dash cams and body cams to see if that could give you any insight into her response. Is that correct? Why did you ultimately have to pull her GPS data to determine her route?
So it would have been a whole lot easier had the dash camera been on. I could have saw the route. I could have saw speeds. I could have seen lights and sirens were activated and all that. But because the camera was off, we were blind. We didn't know where she went. And we didn't know how she arrived where she did. I just know she ended up at the other end of the park. And I had a little snippet of the 30-second pre-record from the second video of her actually arriving at the shooting. And she's already on 3rd Street at that point, coming up on, well, there's an old flower shop that was over there. It turns into Maple. So I'm sorry, it was 3rd Ave. She'd already turned onto Maple, and then she was going straight for the Maple curve. So I didn't know how she even got to Maple from basically the parking lot of the funeral home. And there's a couple different ways to get there. You go to Oak Street, you can go back around, you can go up 3rd, 2nd, 1st, whatever. So I got the GPS data. I actually requested that on April 28th. I requested that from the Deputy Director of the Emergency Operations Center, Brian Edwards. And so that was provided to me on a thumb drive. And it's basically data that's already set to be embedded into Google Earth Pro. And so it's something that I can actually show everyone today how it functions. It plots locations based off of time intervals, and those time intervals are meant to be every 2 seconds. And so it will show exactly, well, not exactly, there are variations for, there's a 95% of the time it's within 15 meters, but there are, it at least showed me the streets that it went on.
That provided you with what her route was, correct?
That's correct.
After you did this kind of more narrowed investigation into Ms. Bird's response, what did that uncover for you?
Well, so now we've got an officer that's leaving. I have data that I can look at. I'm able to determine based off of points. So I can take a point and take the time off of the GPS data. I can take the next point and the time off of that. And then I can figure out the speed based off of those two numbers. And so it was one of the first things I did looking at it. And to be clear, when you're doing that, like, it really depends on what push pin you land on. If you land on one over here and one close, maybe it's 27 miles an hour. You can do it again and be one pin off because there's multiple pins, and maybe it's 25 miles an hour. So for the sake of being safe, I'll say that it was between 25 and 28-ish miles an hour. And I've plotted that several times in different spots. I've tried to do it in locations where we don't believe there was traffic. Like, this is just an open road. Like, what's the the speeds and what's the distance and the time to get there. And so we've really looked at it several different ways. That was alarming because now you're looking at an officer that's driving below the speed limit to get to this shooting, where we know 2 people are dead or dying, and there are 7 more that are shot and injured. And what I don't see, and what alarmed me, was there's no sense of urgency to get there. And every other camera that I looked at in trying to piece this together, everyone's trying to get there. They're cussing, they're at other traffic, and they want to be there. I didn't see that with Ms. Bird. And so that kind of snowballed more the investigation, because then I started looking at, well, if I believed that everyone had this proper response, is there anyone else that didn't? So then that led me to, on May the 11th, then I requested all GPS from every unit. That way I could see everyone's response, and then use those times to see where everyone came from, and go from there. And so I requested that May the 11th, and I asked for the same time frame from 1936 to 1956. Now, out of that, there was a total of 7 routes that I could get off that. All vehicles come equipped with the GPS feature, but there are times when the GPS does not work. Either it's not connected to the internet or someone doesn't sign into their computer, they leave it off. There's various reasons that maybe it's just not functioning or not working. But on that day, we did have 7 that I was able to look at. Of those 7, 6 people responded to the park. The 7th one was Officer Hill, but Officer Hill was with Officer Case on far west Conway, where there was a what looked like to be a PI accident, personal injury accident, at the soccer fields out in West Conway. And so I had those 6 to look at, plus the 13 dash cams to now try to piece everything else together. Who else responded? What method did they respond?
And we'll get to the responses of the other officers. But it seems like you're indicating that during this investigation, when you narrowed it to looking at Ms. Bird's response, and we will talk about Mr. Riddle, Officer Riddle, but when you were looking at Ms. Bird's response, a concern you had was the route she took. Is that
Yes.
correct? And that it was not a direct route. Is that correct?
Correct.
You also looked at evidence, information from the GPS data that gave you concerns about how quickly she was going. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think you said that your calculations were there was an average speed between 25 and 28 miles per hour, maybe 29 miles per hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ultimately have concerns about, we talked about urgency. Did you have concerns about Ms. Bird's use or failure to use lights and sirens?
Yes. I mean, I can't tell you how many times we get called for a shots fired. If we start getting multiple calls on it, every officer runs code. That's something that everyone does. For there to be shots fired, and then there to be radio traffic that there's an actual victim, someone is hurt, someone is shot, and for someone not to use lights and sirens is unheard of in the law enforcement world. It's unheard of. That is when you light it up, and that's when you get there. So it was more than alarming. It was neglect on my. It was neglect.
Did you have concerns about her not activating her body cam while she was responding?
Yes, our policy is that we activate it. We wouldn't be here today if the camera was turned on, we could see the route, and there was a sense of urgency and lights and sirens, and trying to get there and help someone. Wouldn't have cared if she didn't punch in through that side over by the funeral home, or even skipped 5th, as long as just drive fast and get there and have an urgency. But there was no urgency. That was the most alarming part about this whole process. It's the whole reason we're here.
Well, let's start with Ms. Bird's route, because you said that first gave you concern
Yes.
about the route that she took. So again, shots were fired in Fifth Ave Park around 7:45 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where were those shots coming from in Fifth Ave Park?
They were coming from, there's 2 pavilions in Fifth Avenue Park, and they were coming from the area of those pavilions.
You can, I think there might be a dry erase marker in front of you. Do
Yes.
you have one? Can you mark on that map where the shots were fired from?
Yes.
Can we get the witness a microphone in case he says anything? That way the people at home can hear him. Thank you. Thank you.
About in this area here.
And you marked on that map an area, you did a circle in red, is that correct?
Yes.
So that's the location where the shots were coming from.
Yes.
And where was Ms. Bird located when those shots were fired?
So across the street here, it'd actually be easier to show on my computer.
And we will.
Yeah, okay. It's somewhere in this area here. I would need to see the buildings to know better, but it's somewhere in this area here. And then the vehicles would have been parked just slightly above them and away from the park.
In that area that you marked, that is the parking lots. They're almost kind of joint parking lots of Roller McNutt Funeral Home
Yes, yeah, you
and
could, yes.
Rock Solid Church. Is that right?
Yes.
After the shots were fired, did Ms. Bird notify dispatch that shots were fired?
Yes, she did.
And how quickly did she notify dispatch?
Almost immediately. She got on the radio, she said, 504 Conway, multiple shots fired. I think she said out here at Fifth Ave.
You said that one of the things you reviewed in this AI investigation was Ms. Bird's dash cam. Is that correct?
Yes.
We are going to play portions of that. I believe that that's an exhibit that we've stipulated to.
Yes.
So Lieutenant Kennedy, if you can pull up Ms. Bird's dash cam, and this will be the dash cam at the beginning. And I would like us to view it in portions. So let me know when you have it pulled up, and I'll tell you what portion I would like for everyone to view.
We'll also need the HDMI cable.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, while they're getting ready for this, could we take just a small break?
Could we take about a 15-minute break
Yes, sir.
and be back at 10:35?
And so before, what video are we looking at here, Lieutenant?
So this is going to be the dash cam video from Officer Bird's vehicle, Unit 2109. It's sitting in the parking lot between the funeral home and the church at this time.
I'd like to move for admission of Respondents Exhibit Number 1. Good. Admitted. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. And we're going to watch some portions of this. So let's start. We see on that, we have a time length of that video. Let's watch it from 1645 to 1709 if we can. If you would pause it, if you wouldn't mind pausing it, and we'll rewind it so we can hear the beginning of that call. But who are the two individuals that we see in that screen?
That's Officer Bird and then Officer Riddle.
So Officer Bird is on the left and Officer Riddle is on the right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you can hit play.
You'll want to listen close. You can actually hear the gunshots, so it kind of give you an idea of the time and stuff like that.
If you'll pause, is that what we're hearing there? Those, you can kind of hear them in the distance, but those would be the gunshots? You can continue to play, please. You can pause. And is that, I think we hear Officer Bird there, and she's calling in the shots fired. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what do we hear her say there?
504 Conway, there's multiple shots fired out here at Fifth Ave, I think she said.
You can hit play. If you can pause. And do we see there, do you see individuals running from the pavilions at Fifth Avenue Park?
Yeah, when I hit play, if you look up more by the park area up in here, you can see people that are running and scattering as a result of the gunfire.
You can go back maybe 15 seconds so we can watch that. You pause, and you see those people begin to scatter. Is that correct?
Yes, that's just up here, just above the top of the cars, I guess would be a good place to look.
And there, do we see Officer Bird and Officer Riddle looking in that direction?
Yes.
Okay, please hit play. You can pause. And did you see there both Officer Bird and Officer Riddle looking towards that direction of the pavilions?
Yes.
Okay, please hit play. Stop. You can stop it there. Okay, so that portion, just for review, what we see is that is Officer Riddle and Officer Bird towing vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And they were towing vehicles because vehicles had parked there to attend the gathering at Fifth Avenue Park. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So they were there to try to dissuade people from coming by towing vehicles.
Right.
Okay. And then at that time, we know it's around 7:45, they are still in that parking lot, and that's when they hear shots fired, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just beyond the screen, what you're seeing is into Fifth Avenue Park. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when she calls in shots fired, you see pedestrians fleeing from a portion of the park, correct?
Yes.
You also see Officer Bird and Officer Riddle looking over their shoulder at the direction that those people are fleeing from, correct?
Yes.
And would that be the direction of where the shots were indeed fired in Fifth Avenue Park?
Yes.
Okay. Then we see once they call it in, then they're both running to their vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Please hit play. Let's watch on till 17:22, which is the end. You can pause. That vehicle that we see coming across the screen, whose vehicle is that?
This is Officer Riddle.
And we know that because right now we're looking at Brittany Bird's dash cam, and so her vehicle is still stationary at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can hit play. You can pause. And we see Officer Riddles turns north towards the park. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, you can hit play.
that's the end of the video.
Oh, that's the end of the video. Okay. Why is that the end of the video? Tell us.
The camera was turned off.
So we're on the subject of Miss Bird's route, what the route she took to ultimately arrive at the park, even though she's there right then. So don't have dash cam. So what do you do next to determine her route? Is that when you contact dispatch for GPS location?
Yes.
And who did you contact with Conway Dispatch?
Brian Edwards is the Deputy Director of Emergency Operations Center.
Did he provide you with the GPS location data for Miss Bird?
He did.
How was that data given to you?
Handed me on a thumb drive, and it's in a file that works in Google Earth Pro, so it automatically plots the latitude and longitude of each, what I would refer to as a ping, or each locate.
You input the file that Brian Edwards provided you into Google Earth, and then it provides you the plotting of the route. Is that correct?
It actually automatically, when you open the file, it automatically opens Google Earth Pro with it.
You don't have to go in and input latitude, longitude
no,
for
it's
each. It
all-
does it automatically.
Correct.
With that information that you were provided, were you able to determine Bird's response route?
Yes.
If I could, board hire the witness for just a second.
Get a little closer to the mic so we can hear it.
I need to ask him a couple of questions before she proceeds, because she's about to get to an exhibit. If I could do that briefly. Lieutenant, said that you get this from Brian Edwards, and you specifically requested a time frame for each person, correct?
Yes.
And that he put it on a thumb drive, and you didn't alter it, you didn't open it or change any part of it.
I opened it, but then it opens in Google Earth Pro, but I wouldn't know how to change or modify any of that data.
And the data is automatically puts all of those on an image. Is that correct?
In Google Earth Pro, correct.
And that happened for each of these officers?
For the ones that I was given, I think there were 7 of them.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So all of the spots should be there between, was it 1936 and 1956 for all 8 officers?
Yes, as long as there is data between in that 20-minute window. So an easy way to explain would be if their GPS was not up and running at 1937, but it was up and running at 1940, then I would most likely only get from 1940 to 1956.
As long as their vehicle is running,
And
then
it's
you'll get a
connected.
GPS.
That's correct.
That's the end of the board. No objection.
I move for admission of respondents exhibit number 2. May this exhibit be admitted. Thank you. So this is Respondent's Exhibit 2. Can you tell me, Lieutenant Kennedy, what this is, the document that I just handed you?
These are the GPS locates for Officer Byrd's vehicle from 1936 until 1956.
Would this be a screenshot of what was pulled from Google Earth?
Yes, so this is actually on my computer, this computer here. And I did a screenshot or a snippet and just printed it for ease of being able to hold it and look at it.
Based on the Google Earth, the GPS data that was pulled up in Google Earth, what was the route that Miss Byrd took?
So she pulled out of the funeral home parking lot onto Central Landing and then went left or south. She took that to the roundabout at 6th Street and went west. She then stayed on 6th Street until 1st Avenue, where she turned right or north. And then she took that to 2nd Street, turned right or east to 3rd Ave, went left, north, and then back over to Maple and turned right. Maple continues, and it's actually part of that curve there that you see at the end there. So she'd be turning to the right still on Maple. It eventually turns into 5th Avenue, and then it comes up to intersects with Vine Street.
In that intersection of 5th Avenue and Vine Street, that would be the northwest corner of the park, is that correct?
Of the park, yes, that's correct.
This route that you were able to determine that Miss Byrd took, did it cause you concern?
Yes,
Why did that cause you concern?
it's not the most direct route. If there's a life-threatening emergency, we are supposed to respond to it, code 3, or emergency response, with our lights and sirens, all of our available equipment, expeditiously, as quickly as we can get there, and on the most direct route. And this was not the most direct route. And I will agree that there was traffic on Central Landing. And I'll agree that the parking lot area, the east parking lot, which is the first place that Officer Riddle went, I'll agree that that was clogged up and would have been difficult to get into. I do know there was traffic on 5th Avenue because I could see that on Officer Riddle's camera, but he was able to get through it. And 3rd Avenue was not used, and 2nd Avenue was not used. 1st Avenue was, which was just a very long way away. And then based off of the time of that route, the speed, the average speed to get to that location was at or under the speed limit.
You interviewed Miss Byrd, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you questioned her about this route, is that correct?
Yes.
What did she tell you about why she took that route?
She first said that she took that route because there was radio traffic of gold rims that she felt could have been a suspect vehicle, and that a vehicle was traveling with lights and sirens southbound or back towards 6th Street.
Let me unpack that. She said that she turned south on Central Landing,
Yes,
coming out of that parking lot. That's what
Yes.
she was talking about. That when she turned south on Central Landing, she turned south because she had heard on the radio that there was a suspect vehicle with gold rims. Is that correct?
yes,
In addition to that, she said that there was an officer running code, which would be code 3, lights and sirens, down Central Landing, and she thought he was chasing a suspect. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. Did you believe that to be a true statement?
I did not.
And why not?
There had been no radio traffic at that point to anything leading towards gold rims. The only radio traffic that had occurred while in that parking lot was that there was a person that had been shot at Vine and 5th Ave.
So let's start with the gold rims radio traffic. Were you able to determine when that call came out?
Yes,
And you can hear the radio traffic. You have that file where you can hear radio traffic. You also have Officer Pugh's dash cam where he actually makes the call. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up Officer Pugh's dash cam. And Officer Pugh's dash cam, I want to focus on the part where he says that there is a vehicle with gold rims. And this will be Respondents Exhibit 3, and I would move for admission of Respondents Exhibit 3.
Chairman. Preserve my record. We would object to it based on our motion in limine that we had asked for them to state what the untruthful statements were, and until technically his question and answer right now, we have never been informed of what the untruthful statement is. So I asked that since they did not disclose that as one of the causes, the statute requires that it be precluded from evidence. And so I object to its introduction.
Now I'll provide a brief response. It's the same response that I gave at the commission meeting earlier this week. And that response is the statute that Mr. Newcomb is citing to is a statute that states that you have to give an officer in writing that they are terminated or demoted or suspended for 3 or more days and its cause. That is all that statute states. And as I stated in the last meeting, what we provided to Ms. Byrd, what Chief Harris provided to her, was a termination letter that listed the exact policy violation, what policy it was, and then with respect to untruthfulness, it said you made certain statements during your AI interview, and in that interview, we found that those statements were untruthful. And they were contradicted by the body cams and the dash cams. And furthermore, with respect to this issue, gold rims, when did that come out? Lieutenant Kennedy questioned her on that in the AI interview, and she said, I went south because of the gold rims comment. And he said, I know you didn't, because I figured out that that came out afterwards. That's what we're getting to. She was well aware that was an issue with what she told Lieutenant Kennedy.
She was not well aware, or I wouldn't have asked you repeatedly, you being the city, for that information, even as far as filing a motion with this commission to compel discovery responses, which the city took the position the rules don't apply, which is true, and they don't have to tell us. So I'd say it's also a fundamental fairness under the 14th Amendment, which does apply even in Conway, Arkansas, to due process for loss of a job that has protection.
Can I proceed, or?
That's something going to overrule that, so go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we were about to pull up, this is Officer Pugh's dash cam, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And just for a little bit of understanding where Officer Pugh is located, is this an image from his dash cam looking at that northwest corner of the park?
Yes, he's actually positioned on what would be the start of Fifth Avenue. The street you see to the left where the white car is at is Vine, and that goes back around the park. And so he's looking exactly at the northwest corner of the park. The pavilions that we referenced earlier where the shots came from are to the left.
If you wouldn't mind, Lieutenant Kennedy, if you could get a different colored marker from that folder right there and just mark on the map approximately where Officer Pugh's vehicle is located for this video. That would be the northwest corner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we are going to watch a portion of this, and I have that we are starting at minute marker 1 and going to 122.
Hey! Oh. Hey, is somebody actually down over there? Oh no, they came and There's a car here with gold rims. Somebody, well, it's trying to move, but that's where the shots were coming from.
You can pause. In that, do we hear, it's a little low, but can you hear Officer Pugh making a statement about a vehicle with gold rims?
Yes,
And what does he say there?
it's, there's a car over here with gold rims. Somebody, well, he's trying to move, but that's where the shots were coming from.
And did you determine at what time Officer Pugh put out that information on the radio?
Yes, on his dash cam, it was at 19:48 and 4 seconds.
Determine what time Officer Pugh puts out that information, correct?
Yes,
And then you look at the location of Miss Byrd at the time that that information comes out. Is that correct?
yes,
Because again, Miss Byrd had told you that she went south on Central Landing because she heard that there was a vehicle with gold rims that she thought might be a suspect, correct?
yes.
Okay. So we're going to now go to another exhibit. It is going to be the Google Earth image. And we have the standstill image, the screen grab, but the data you were provided with went into a Google Earth file. Is that correct?
Yes. Should be saved in there. I'll just pull it up.
In this Google Earth image, this was from the data from Brian Edwards, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what you did was you just toggled the time, but you can toggle it to zero in on a certain time you're looking for. Is that correct?
that's correct. On this bar up here, this is your start time, and you can move that toggle over, and that's how you can tell time on this chart. You can also move the ending time. So for instance, if you wanted to go to the end, go to where it's no longer moving, and then move the start, and that would give you time it would take to get somewhere. And you can also pinpoint a location on this map, what time it was, or you can also click on it, and it will only show you that time because it will narrow your search window up top to just that one locate.
So I'll move for admission of Exhibit 4. The data file. Right, that shows it on.
Objection, thank you.
So what we're looking at here, Lieutenant, may it be admitted, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. So what we're looking at here, Lieutenant, is the Google Earth image of Brittany Byrd's route, correct?
Yes,
And it's interactive in that you can limit it to show me where this unit was at any given time, correct?
yes,
Each of those pinpoints has a time associated with it, correct?
that's correct.
So we know that you figured out when Officer Pugh made that statement of gold rims, correct?
Yes,
And that was 1948-04, is that correct?
that's correct.
With this interactive map, were you able to determine where Miss Byrd was at that time?
Yes, I was.
And where was her location at that time?
Okay. For clarity, I want to bring up that in our interview, when I told her where she was, I was inaccurate on the first location I told her. I was inaccurate because I didn't realize that there was a difference between the time on the GPS and the dash camera, which put everything off by 30 seconds, okay? I actually learned that from their expert witness, and I reviewed what they put, and it is correct. So now the correct time for the GPS data would be at 19:47 and 34 seconds, which is 30 seconds different than the dash camera that we just saw from Officer Pugh.
And that's taking into account that there could be a difference in the timestamp that we see on that dash cam versus the timestamp that we see on this GPS. Is
That's
that
correct.
correct?
Yes.
And as I understand it, each dash cam has its own GPS, body cam has its own GPS, and the vehicles have their own GPS. Is that correct?
I don't know if there's GPS in the camera systems themselves. I know that we have them in the vehicles and on our portable radios, but I don't know about the actual cameras, if they do or not.
So doing that conversion to make sure that you are in fact determining where she was at the time the gold rims comment comes out, where was she located?
So I'm going to zoom in to show she was located down here between 5th Ave and 3rd Ave. And it should be this mark right here, which I'll just check. And if you look up here, you see it says 7:47 and 36 seconds. I was looking for 34 seconds, so it would have been the dot before, which I can easily go back and grab just to make sure, since these were done in 2-second intervals. And there is 7:47 and 34 seconds, and this is where the vehicle is at. This is Airport Park. And this is off of 6th Street. And this is where Officer Byrd left from, is this area over here, and then made it all the way to here when that radio traffic came off. So I can
So-
actually show that route.
Got it. So Ms. Byrd told you that the reason she went south on Central Landing instead of going directly into the park or taking some other more direct route was that she heard the gold rims comment come out and thought, there's a suspect out there. Maybe I should go searching for them, correct? She was indicating to you, Lieutenant, was she not, that she went south because of the gold rims comment coming out, correct?
Yes.
And we know that that cannot be true because at the time that comment came out, she was at 6th Street, somewhere in between 5th Avenue, and would that be 3rd Avenue?
3rd Avenue, yes.
You also mentioned that Ms. Byrd had indicated that one of the reasons she went south was to follow another unit that was running code 3 that she stated in her interview, she said because she thought that it was chasing a suspect. Is that correct?
Yes.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine what vehicle was passing that parking lot before Ms. Byrd pulled out?
That was Officer Riddle.
Was, in your investigation, through everything you reviewed, your knowledge of police department, police practices, all of that, when she gave you that statement, did you think that was truthful?
I did not.
Why did you not think it was truthful?
Well, as Officer Riddle goes by, Officer Byrd is in the parking lot at the exit of the driveway to turn onto 6th Street. And as he goes by, if you were to think that someone was chasing someone, you would pull out and get behind that unit. That didn't occur. She says, I got out and followed that unit, but that didn't happen because she didn't pull out for another 13 seconds after Officer Riddle went by. And that's all on camera. That can be proven. She did not turn on her lights and sirens to follow Officer Riddle. And so because of those, and then Officer Riddle, when she did pull out, there's no way that she would have even seen Officer Riddle anymore, because if you look at that section of road, it's an S curve. And when you take into account where Officer Riddle was at when he went by Officer Byrd and use his GPS and add 13 seconds to that, Officer Riddle's in the roundabout at 6th Street and Central Landing. There's fences along Central Landing. You cannot see the roundabout from that driveway. You would have to pull out and get halfway to that roundabout to even see the person that you're backing up. So because of all those reasons, I did not feel that that was truthful, because it doesn't appear you're attempting to back up this officer at this time. When she did get to 6th Street and turn right, Officer Riddle would have already been on 5th Avenue. She'd have never saw him turn on 5th Avenue. It's possible she looked down and seen him and then bypassed 5th. But there was no action that I would feel as a police officer that Officer Byrd was attempting to back up Officer Riddle because he was possibly chasing a suspect vehicle.
Let me unpack that a little bit. So you said that one, when Officer Riddle goes past Miss Byrd, and Miss Byrd is still sitting in that parking lot, sitting in the parking lot of the funeral home and the church, that when he passes Miss Byrd, it's still an additional 13 seconds before she pulls out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In addition to that, you were able to determine where Officer Riddle was located when Miss Byrd pulled out, and he was located coming into that roundabout to turn onto East 6th Street. Is that correct?
Yes, in this area right here.
And then you also stated that because of the curvature of that street, there is no way that she could have seen him at that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
In addition to that, there was fencing there that would also prohibit, in addition to the curve of the road, the ability to see another vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also said she did not put on her lights and sirens, which is something you would do if you were backup, correct?
Yes.
And talk to me about the procedures that officers follow when they are backup for another officer that they think is in pursuit. Do they get on their radio?
They do. They should. You would get on, at least ask, hey, even if they're just talking plain language, Riddle, do you have something? You know, you don't have to be all proper and badge numbers at this point, especially in an event like this. Do you have something? That didn't happen. I'll pull out behind, tell dispatch, hey, I think we've got something over here. Anything, any sort of traffic, to say, I'm possibly chasing someone or helping someone chase someone. Officer Riddle wasn't on the radio. Someone should have said something if that was the case.
We know Riddle was not chasing a suspect, correct?
No.
Okay. And he didn't get on the radio and say, I'm chasing a suspect, correct?
No.
No one got on the radio to say that unit, Riddle's unit, is chasing a suspect, correct?
Correct.
Brittany Byrd never got on the radio and said, hey, I'm doing backup to this unit in front of me, correct?
Correct.
Never got on the radio with Riddle and say, Riddle, you're chasing someone. Who is it? Correct?
Correct.
Never asked for any other information on a potential suspect that unit was following, correct?
That's right.
And indeed, the unit wasn't following any suspect, correct?
Yeah, after looking further into it, he was not following anyone.
You talked about a delay in her leaving that parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that delay, with those pins, you can determine the time that she leaves the parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you also received a surveillance from Rock Solid Church. Is that correct?
Yes.
We are going to play that, and I will move for admission of Exhibit 5.
Objection.
Let's pause it if you don't mind. Oh, I guess it was not even playing, so let me go ahead and ask my question. So this view that we have, this is from Rock Solid Church, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Rock Solid Church, we're looking at this parking lot from a different angle from before when we were viewing it from Miss Byrd's dash cam. Is that correct?
If you look over here, you can see a police unit. This is the area that the officers were at, looking this direction towards that tow truck. You'll remember that tow truck from there. This is the area of the park that we looked at where the people were running from.
And so we see a police unit in the upper right-hand corner.
Yes.
And then, is that Officer Riddle's unit?
That's Officer Riddle's, I believe. When we hit play, we'll know. And then I believe Officer Byrd is just slightly behind and to the left of him.
We're seeing the park and right there at the top of the screen, correct?
Yes. And then this is Central Landing for
That's-
reference.
Right, that's the street that they were turning, that ultimately Officer Byrd turned down, correct?
Yes.
Let's hit play.
It's about 1 minute and 15 seconds into this video.
If you wouldn't mind pausing, just to identify people. So those two running figures up at the top part of the video, who are
Yes.
they?
That's Officer Riddle. That's Officer Byrd.
So this would be, as we know, there have been shots fired and then they are running to their vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can hit play. A pause. And is that indeed Officer Riddle's vehicle?
Yes, that's Officer Riddle's vehicle.
You can hit play. If you can pause, please. Did we just see Officer Riddle's vehicle turn right out of the parking lot?
Yes, he just turned onto Central Landing.
You can hit play. If you can pause, what vehicle is that at the top right?
This is Officer Byrd's vehicle here.
Okay, you can hit play. If you can pause. So we see in that at the top of the screen, you're going to see another vehicle running full code coming down Central Landing. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what officer will that be?
that's Officer Riddle. He'd gone up and did a U-turn, attempted to get into the park, but couldn't. And then he's coming back around, coming back down Central Landing.
And then we see, it's hard to tell once we hit play, you'll certainly be able to see it, but we had seen Miss Bird's vehicle start to move towards the exit of that parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes, it's right here. You can see the steady blue.
And you can hit play. We see Officer Riddle's vehicle pass the parking lot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and Officer Byrd is still sitting in the parking lot, correct?
Right, yeah, she just pulled up to, I guess, the end of the driveway or the entrance to Central Landing.
You can hit play. And that was Officer Byrd leaving the parking lot.
Yeah, she's pulling out now.
Okay, you can hit play. You can pause. So we stopped that video at 1 minute and 35 seconds, and that will be Exhibit 5 that has been admitted. So based on this video that we just reviewed and the other information you already had from GPS location data, watching dash cams, you have Officer Riddle's dash cam and can know what times he is traveling through certain areas.
Yes.
Were you able to determine the amount of time it took for Officer Byrd to leave the parking lot after Officer Riddle passed?
It was about 13 seconds.
If she passed at that time, she would no longer be able to see him moving down the street as Officer Riddle turned into that traffic circle, correct?
Yes.
In your interview of Ms. Byrd, did she indicate to you, we're still en route, did she indicate to you why she did not take Fifth Avenue?
She said Fifth Avenue was clogged.
And was it indeed clogged?
It was.
Was Officer Riddle able to make it up Fifth Avenue?
He did?
And did he make it up Fifth Avenue with his lights and sirens
Yes.
and using additional audible sounds coming from his unit?
Air horns and such, yes.
Did Bird tell you why she bypassed Third Avenue?
She didn't recall that. She initially thought that she turned down Third Avenue. I eventually asked her, I said, would it surprise you if I told you you went down First Avenue? And she said it would. She did not have a reason for bypassing Third or Second Avenue. She had felt that she had gone down Third.
Did Ms. Bird provide you with any other reasons for why she took the route she did?
No.
Spoken about the actual route. Let's talk about responding with urgency. You stated that you did not believe that Ms. Bird responded with urgency. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
The speed of the vehicle, just the lack of trying to get there. Even in that instance there, with pulling out to back up an officer, you're turning on lights and sirens, you're honking your horn. I've rolled down window and trying to tell people to stop. You're trying to get out. You're trying to get with your officer. And none of that stuff happened. The vehicle just sits there for 13 seconds. The reason for that emergency equipment is to stop and move people. And so I didn't feel that there was an urgency there. Taking the time to, you get in a vehicle, there was just 73 round shot, people running everywhere, but yet the first thing you do is turn off your camera. That doesn't make sense. Those are things that officers normally wouldn't do. We want our cameras on. Sometimes they do catch information on suspects leaving the area that we learn after the fact, where we get a suspect vehicle, and this is how we prove they were there. It's because officers have their cameras on. And so it's more than just for us to police each other and, you know, what routes people went in that, but there's actual evidentiary value to these systems that we use beyond, you know, seeing where someone went or how they responded. So it wasn't just one thing. It's the totality of all of this stuff, of the route that was taken, the slow speeds, the not pulling out behind the officer, even when these statements are made about, I was going to back up an officer. None of this would make sense to a police officer looking at that and someone telling them that. A police officer would not feel that was it. If I was Officer Riddle and she told me that she was backing me up, I would say, no, you were not. And any other reasonable officer.
Indicate he's gonna be their witness subject. Hearsay or whatever.
I'm sorry, could you use the microphone? I'm sorry.
Two objections. One, he's starting to talk about what he thinks Riddle would have said if asked, so it's speculative. Secondly, what Riddle said to him would be hearsay, and they're not listed Riddle as a witness. So unless they're going to put Riddle on the backup lieutenant's guess, I think it's hearsay and shouldn't be introduced.
I will rephrase my question. Lieutenant Kennedy, you have been on the streets as an officer, correct?
Yes.
If an officer indicated to you that they were your backup, what would you expect as an officer?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm as bad as counsel. It's not what he said. It's still hearsay and speculative on what, because there's no showing what Riddle would have thought or should have thought about it. He's guessing.
And I rephrase my question. I'm not asking what Officer Riddle told Lieutenant Kennedy. I'm not asking for what Lieutenant Kennedy thinks about what Officer Riddle would want. I'm asking this officer, Lieutenant Kennedy, who has a lot of experience in law enforcement, experience on the streets, what he would expect himself if another officer told them that they were backup.
There's no showing she told Riddle that she was backup. So it's a speculative question. Ask Bird why she did it or Riddle what he thought. But what the chief, excuse me, the lieutenant thinks, even if it was what he would have done, is not relevant unless we're going into the whole thing, and that's a whole nother issue. We're not judging what Officer Byrd did based on what she faced at that time, but what Lieutenant Kennedy speculates he would have done.
I would say this is just relevant to the police practices of which Lieutenant Kennedy is very much aware.
The rules are specific, stick to the rules. That's what she's charged with violating, not other things as Kennedy may make it up.
I think we need to sustain on that objection then.
Ultimately, through your investigation and through the information you had about Miss Bird's GPS locations, the timing of where she was, the distance that she had to travel, were you able to determine an average speed for Miss Bird?
Yes.
How were you able to determine her average speed?
I'll have to unpack this, as you would say. And if I could go back to the GPS slide, if that's appropriate.
Yes, so that will be Respondent's Exhibit number 4.
Okay. The pins that I've on the map here, this is where I did the speed estimation. I did not do the speed estimation starting at the funeral home and going all the way to the intersection of Vine and Fifth. I left that out. I left that out because I was told Central Landing was clogged, okay? That it was difficult to get through there. So that would be unfair to utilize that math. I'm also aware because of the dash camera, the second dash camera, I know once you go around this curve here on Maple, I know that there was obstructions all the way to the curb area here at the northwest corner of the park. So I eliminated that from the math. And I only looked at from this roundabout at 6th Street in Central Landing, follow it around until the curve at Maple, okay? That distance, according to Google Earth, and you can do your distancing with a ruler in this app, is approximately 0.94 miles. In that 0.94 miles, the travel time was 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Now, if you take that, and if you take the distance and divide that by time, it'll give you your average speed. And the average speed was 25.3 miles per hour. And it only includes this yellow highlighted area that I've showed at this time.
And it only includes that because you knew Central Landing maybe had traffic, had been made aware that there was traffic there at that time, and that also when Ms. Bird turned that corner up there going into the park, that also had traffic, both pedestrian and vehicular. Is that correct?
Yes.
So to try to be fair to Ms. Bird, you limited your analysis of her average speed to that particular portion of her route,
Yes.
correct? And based on a mathematical equation, and that I think most people know, that speed equals distance divided by time, that's how you came up with the 25.3 average speed limit. Is that correct?
Yes.
If Ms. Bird had used her dash cam, would you be able to know her speed at any given time?
Yes, there's metadata that's laid within the dash cam system that tells if an officer applies their brakes, if they turn on their siren, if their lights are going, it tells their vehicle speed, and I think the lat and long of the unit.
If she had her dash cam on, it would tell vehicle speed at every portion she took of this
Yes,
route,
we'd be able to
correct?
see that clearly.
And if we had that, then you wouldn't have to do something like an average. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your investigation, you also reviewed the responses of other officers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you able to determine the average speed of some other officers who responded?
Yes.
Can you give me some of those?
Officer Riddle, Officer Autumn Smith, Officer Watkins, Officer Murray, Officer Kyers, and Officer Lopez.
Yeah, what was the average speed of Officer Smith? And then is that Autumn Smith?
It's Autumn Smith, yes.
What was Autumn Smith's average speed?
47.8 miles per hour.
What was Officer Riddle's average speed?
So I didn't give him the benefit of the doubt, so this is going to look bad. It was 18.4, but I did his from the time that it was announced that there was a person shot over here at Vine and Fifth until he actually pulled up. His total time from the time that shots were fired until actually arrived at that person was 3 minutes and 8 seconds. So we know it was good, but because I didn't give that leeway on Fifth Avenue, it
Right.
showed 18.4.
So in contrast to the leeway you gave Byrd, not including portions that had traffic, in calculating Officer Riddle's average speed, you didn't give him that same leeway on Fifth Avenue, even though we know he traveled Fifth Avenue and Fifth Avenue had a heavy traffic. Is that correct?
Correct. And I can show these routes on here if needed, but I don't know if you have to introduce another exhibit.
It's fine. But Fifth Avenue, you included the Fifth Avenue distance that Officer Riddle had to travel when calculating his average time, correct?
Yes,
What, or average speed, I apologize.
18.4,
What was the average speed of Officer Watkins?
34.7,
What was the average speed of Officer Murray? Sorry, 42.8?
42.8,
What about Kyers
44.9,
and Lopez?
36.1.
Did you calculate the total amount of time it took Byrd to get from the parking lot after the shots are fired to finally arrive at Fifth Avenue Park?
I believe that, and we may have to look at it again, I believe that hopping the curb at Fifth Avenue Park was at the 4-minute and 19-second mark.
4 minute and 19 second?
Correct.
And I understand that people can use different calculations for when someone quote unquote arrives, but you're saying you took the time that her vehicle goes over the curb into Fifth Avenue Park. Is that correct?
And that's what I did with the rest of them, because it's not like we have a scene where it's, directly in front of City Hall. And this is one scene, like the scene was an entire city park. So what does on scene mean, right? Is it when they pull onto the property of the park? Is it when they find someone? So I had to put a line somewhere, and I just chose that line to be either if they pulled up to a curb and jumped out of their vehicle on Central, or if they pulled over the curb on Fifth and Vine, or if they entered the parking lot of the west parking lot off of Fifth Avenue. So that's the only way to try to still be reasonable with it, but you've got to set a line somewhere.
Right, and try to be fair to officers when they're responding, to note when they actually responded. So did you look at the response times of other officers?
Yes.
What were some of those response times?
Officer Riddle was 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Officer Autumn Smith was 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Officer Watkins was 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Officer Murray was 4 minutes and 43 seconds. Officer Kyers was 3 minutes and 49 seconds. Officer Lopez was 6 minutes and 46 seconds. And they're all coming from different locations around the city.
So Officer Riddle, we know he was coming from the same location as Officer Byrd, is that correct?
Yes.
And he made it in 3 minutes and 8 seconds, correct?
Yes, and that's to what I'm referring to as the curb, or turning into that parking area.
And that's even taking into account that he had to face that traffic on Fifth Avenue, correct?
Yes,
Got there a little bit over a minute before Bird, is that correct?
I've got times here. I just want to verify that. So yeah, it's about a minute and a half.
Officer Smith, Autumn Smith also got there before Miss Bird, is that correct?
Yes,
And where was Autumn Smith coming from?
College in Donaghy.
And is that, do you know an approximation of the distance she had to travel?
2.23 miles.
So much farther away than Bird, correct?
Yes,
You said Officer Watkins arrived in 2.34 minutes, is that correct?
yes,
Also arrived before Bird, is that correct?
yes.
And where was Officer Watkins coming from?
The Buffalo Wild Wings parking lot. It's 1.11 miles.
Officer Murray arrived after Bird, 4 minutes and 43 seconds, is that correct?
Yeah, he arrived 9 seconds after.
Where was he coming from?
From Fenley Drive, it's what we would refer to as Walmart North, on the north end of town. It was 3.01 miles.
So 3.01 miles, and he was only 9 seconds behind Bird?
Yes,
And we have Officer Justin Kyers, and he arrived in 3 minutes and 49 seconds. Where was Officer Kyers coming from?
so I haven't been able to determine what time he got on scene, or arrival. I know he showed up at the curb, on Central. I know it took 3 minutes and 49 seconds, and I know it was 2.47 miles. But I don't have his arrival time or Officer Lopez's.
But for Kyers traveled 2.47 miles and arrived in 3 minutes and 49 seconds.
Yes,
Let's move on to lights and sirens. I think you had indicated that there were, in your review, in your investigation, there were concerns about her use or failure to use lights and sirens. Is that correct?
yes.
Did Officer Bird ever use her lights in this response?
No, not the emergency lights.
Describe for us the different types of lights. I think that's helpful.
Right. So these units are set up, there's 3 possibilities. Well, 4. You can have none on at all. We have what's called cruise lights, and that's the steady blue lights. Those are lights that you would use like on Shop Safe. You're a deterrent. You're highly visible. You're just trying to deter crime. You have an option, which is the first switch on our light system, to where just the rear lights would come on, but not the front. That would be if, say, you're backing up an officer on a traffic stop, and you don't want the front lights flashing in your eyes, but you want the rear ones on to warn traffic to move over, so you don't get hit. And then if you put it to the second switch, all of the lights come on forward and behind. And then the third switch, it would also activate the siren.
So you determined in your investigation that she did not turn on all lights. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those lights, when you say all lights, it feels like a full response. Flashing lights, your running lights are on, all of it. Is that what officers per policy have to use when responding code 3?
Yes.
When responding code 3 to a life-threatening emergency?
Yes.
Let's go back. If we can, Lieutenant, can we pull up the Rock Solid Church video? If you can start at the beginning. And I'll tell you why I'm asking you to do this. I want to look at Miss Bird's vehicle, and you tell me what those lights are that she has on. You can pause. What are those lights?
So those are what we call the cruise lights. Those are just the steady blue lights that come on. Those lights don't activate a dash camera or body cam.
And so those lights are not the full lights that are required when responding code 3 to a life-threatening emergency, correct?
Correct?
So you said you know that Bird did not use her full lights as she was supposed to do. How do you know that?
Had she used the lights, it would have activated and triggered the dash cam system and her body camera. It would have came on with that.
So dash cam and body cam, there are certain things, either an officer can turn them on themselves, correct?
Yes,
And then there are certain things that will trigger your dash cam and your body cam to come on, correct?
correct.
And one of those things is once you turn on full lights, dash cam starts rolling and body cam starts rolling. Is that correct?
In this unit, yes. It has to be a unit that has watch guard body cameras and dash cameras. We do have some units that still have L3 cameras, which do not link to the watch guard body camera. And so those officers are having to manually remember to turn on their body cameras on every call.
So because we don't have dash cam from the vast majority of her route, that indicates to you that she never turned on her full lights, correct?
Correct.
Same question for sirens. Did Miss Bird ever turn on her sirens when responding to this emergency?
Full siren, no. But there was a point where the siren and air horn was utilized coming up to the arrival at 5th Ave and Vine.
We'll talk about that. Full sirens. Are full sirens required when responding to a code 3?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think, I've been kind of lenient with leading, but if she's going to talk about the policy, the best evidence for the policy would be to introduce the policy and read it instead of her characterizing the policy.
I will reel it in and do better. And I will be introducing the policies so y'all can read them and see exactly
I
what they
think-
say.
I'm going to object until the policies are introduced, that the lieutenant's guess is, or what he says it is not the best evidence. It'd be the actual policies, and that's should be introduced before they go into what policies are. I thought they would have done it by now.
I will introduce all of the policies. I have them right here.
Good.
So let's do that and then we'll continue.
Very good.
No objection, Your Honor, and there's notebooks for each of the commission. That would be under our number 1. You can see all those policies. Yeah.
Let me give you a second.
Six, seven, eight.
And let's start, Lieutenant, I had handed you 3 exhibits, exhibit number 6, exhibit number 7, and exhibit number 8. Can you tell me what exhibit 6 is?
Rules of conduct.
And does that exhibit contain policy number 600-1.3?
Yes, 1.3 is conduct unbecoming police department personnel.
Does that exhibit also contain policy 600-1.25?
Yes, that policy is truthfulness.
Does that policy also contain policy number 600-1.4?
Yes, that policy is insubordination.
Does that policy also contain 600-3.24?
Yes, that's unsatisfactory performance.
You will turn your attention to Exhibit 7. Can you tell me what that is?
It's the emergency operation of department vehicles.
That is 800-5.
That's correct.
And then if you can turn your attention to Exhibit 8, can you tell me what policy that is?
Body worn cameras, that's number 800-55.
Would move for admission of respondents Exhibits 6, 7, and 8.
Counsel, if I don't mind, don't throw anything at me, but can you go over Exhibit 6 again about which windows you're looking at?
Sure. I'll be happy to. So explain to us again, what is Exhibit 6?
Rules of conduct, it's number 600-1.
And in that, does that contain a number of separate policies?
There's several.
Does it contain policy 600-1.3?
Yes, that is conduct unbecoming police department personnel. It's on the first page.
And if you go in that policy, the actual policy, do you see a listing or almost a table of contents for all the policies on the front, Lieutenant?
That's what I have, yes, is a table of contents.
And then 600-1.3, the actual policy, the language of the policy, is that found on page 4?
Yes,
And then contained within this, multiple pages of policies, but does it also contain policy 600-1.25?
yes, that is truthfulness.
And is that the language of that policy located on page 7?
Yes,
Does this policy also provide, or this assortment of policies, is 600-1.4 also in there?
yes, that one is insubordination, and it's on page 4.
600-3.24, is it also contained in Exhibit 6?
Yes, that one is unsatisfactory performance. And it is on page 14.
So that is Exhibit 6, that's a collection of policies, correct?
Yes.
And then Exhibit 7, what is that policy?
That's emergency operation of department vehicles, and that's 800-5. And that is just one continuous writing of just that policy.
And does that policy present the requirements for responding code 3?
Yes, it goes through the different types of responses and what's required during those responses.
Is the code 3 response requirements, is that found on page 2?
Yes, on page 2, under levels of response, it notates code 3 or what would be an emergency.
And what does the policy state on code 3 emergency?
It says a call for service where a life-threatening emergency currently exists. Officers responding code 3 shall respond expeditiously to the location of the emergency by the most direct means, using all emergency equipment with a paramount consideration for the safety of the public and the assigned officers. Officers should remain alert to traffic and pedestrians using common sense when responding to calls that require speeds that exceed the posted limits. In no event shall officers operate the vehicle in a reckless manner.
All emergency equipment, is that lights and sirens?
That's correct.
Full lights?
Yes.
You talked about how you concluded through your investigation that Bird did not use her lights. How did you conclude that she did not use her sirens? And I'm talking full sirens.
Well, yeah,
We
so-
will discuss the end. I want everyone to be aware of that, but the full sirens, how do you know she didn't use full sirens?
The full siren was turned on without lights, which I don't even honestly know if that's possible with these new units. But I do know that if the siren comes on, that it does trigger the dash camera and body camera in the units that have WatchGuard dash cameras and body cameras.
And so because we don't have any dash cam or body cam for the majority of her response route, is that what indicates to you that she did not use sirens?
Correct.
I had skipped a portion on lights, so I want to come back to it. The issue of whether she used lights or not, is there a dash cam video that provides some insight into whether she used her lights or not?
Yes, there is.
Whose dash cam video is that?
Officer Pugh.
I believe we offered Officer Pugh's dash cam as Exhibit 2, but it was only a portion of it. So I would like to go back and pull up Officer Pugh's dash cam, and we will watch another portion of it. And don't hit play yet. I have a question to ask you before. In reviewing all of these dash cams, body cams, routes, radio dispatch, all of that, did you get a good sense of where officers were at what time?
Yes.
So hit play, and if you can, walk us through what you saw in this video that demonstrated to you that Ms. Bird was not using lights.
Okay, I just paused the video, and if you follow my arrow up here on the left, you see a vehicle with lights. Okay, that vehicle is Officer Riddle, and those are the flashing lights. And that's how we know that's Officer Riddle, based off the time and based off of the flashing lights. And you see he's continuing down Central Landing at this point. Now, he has already passed the driveway to what would be the funeral home and church. If we continue to play, now up here you see the steady blue lights, or what we would call the cruise lights. Okay, that's Officer Bird as she's coming out of the driveway or getting close to the driveway at this point, and she's going to pull out onto Central Landing. You see the blue lights really clear here. I'll hit play again, but then you'll see them go away. And it's at that point that they don't come back on. And so those cruise lights were turned off as soon as the turn was made onto Central Landing.
So according to your investigation, you identified that she never used full Code 3 lights, correct?
Correct?
And those cruise lights that we just saw in this video that you viewed, Officer Pugh's dash cam, we see the lights, cruise lights on, and then they are off, correct?
Yes.
And I've mentioned here and there that there is a portion of dash cam and body cam at the end of Bird's response. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you can, will you pull up that second portion of Bird's dash cam?
I'll pause it, but it'll autoplay if I don't.
And is this the dash cam from Miss Bird's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And where are we located in this image?
So this is going to be on Maple, coming up to 4th Ave. And if you continue straight, that's the Maple curve. So to kind of help with that, we're about to watch essentially this route here. This is the beginning of the camera. We're traveling east. We're going to cross 4th Ave and then go around the curve on Maple and go up towards the northwest corner of the park.
We can watch that. If you can pause. Do you see in that bottom left-hand corner? What do we
Yes.
see there?
That's the speed of the patrol unit.
Is this what you were talking about earlier, that when an officer uses dash cam, you can note their speed throughout the drive?
Yes.
Okay. And we note here her speed at that time, when we pause, is 20 miles per hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can hit play. If you could pause as well again. Also on this screen, we have information, like whether they have lights or sirens on. Is that correct?
Yes. If a siren was on, and you will see this happen in a second, this will light up just like the brakes is lit up now. She's using her brakes to slow down for this curve. If a siren or the lights are on, then these would also be that orangish color and bubbled in.
Does that demonstrate that she did not have lights or sirens on at that time?
Yes.
Please hit play. If you can pause. You mentioned earlier that you knew that there was vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic on this portion of the route. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that what we're viewing here, some pedestrian and vehicular traffic?
Yes, this was the video that I saw that ultimately led to me excluding that portion for the speed estimate.
Understood. You can hit play. And so what is that? We
That is
hear
a
something.
siren. Okay, and as you see now, this bubble is filled in. And so you know that if you couldn't hear it, which we can, that the siren is active at that point.
Please hit play. You can stop there, Lieutenant. We played that video from the beginning to 1 minute and 2 seconds. And I'll move for admission of that being Respondent's Exhibit Number 10. May it be admitted?
No objection.
It's 9, I apologize, not 10. And so in that, describe what we saw in terms of siren usage.
So on her unit, I know that there is push buttons that turn on the sirens. The siren can be activated in that unit. What I don't know is if you just hold it down, if you lift it, does it turn off? The units I was used to had a dial system where you could do that. Or if you hit it, does it come on, and then you hit it, it goes off. But either way, I know they were activated in that manner to come on. Because they came on, that's why the camera footage came up. We also saw before that is that 30-second pre-record that's always kind of in the background of that recording that always occurs. And that's on all of our units whenever you turn on the camera for whatever reason, either by a triggered device or if you manually turn it on, it withholds that 30 seconds prior to.
Were those short bursts of siren usage?
Yes, yes.
Not full sirens?
Correct, yeah.
But anytime an officer uses a siren in any way or turns on their lights, am I to understand it that your dash cam comes on and your body cams comes on, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So because she used that short burst, that activated the dash cam, is that right?
yes.
And when an officer activates lights, sirens, and dash cam comes on or body cam comes on, it includes kind of a pre-recording of the 30 seconds before they used that light or siren. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's why we have 30 seconds and then you hear her punch the siren. Is that correct?
Yes.
If I may interrupt, we probably need to take a lunch break
Sir.
for an hour, be back at 1 o'clock.
Sir.
Yes, we all.
Okay, everyone, it is 1 o'clock, so we will consider or start again from where we left off. So if you want to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lieutenant Kennedy, we just reviewed some portions of Miss Bird's dash cam, portions that were recorded because she briefly hit her sirens. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you please get up and demonstrate on that map the portions of the route that we have from that part of the dash cam?
Yes.
I think he has a microphone right by this chair, the witness does.
Okay. Ask me that again.
Can you demonstrate on the map the portions of the route that that dash cam came from?
The dash cam. Okay.
Yes.
It's highlighted in green.
So we see on that map that that dash cam that we have, that dash cam that was recording because she briefly used sirens, is from her turning onto Maple Street and going south towards Fifth Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that would
Yes.
be the last portion of her route. Is that correct?
Yes.
We do not have any dash cam from her drive down Central Landing South, correct?
Correct.
Don't have any of her dash cam from driving on East Sixth Street, correct?
Correct.
Don't have any dash cam from her driving up First Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Don't have any dash cam from her driving across Second Street, correct?
Correct.
And don't have any dash cam from her driving up Third Avenue, correct?
That's correct.
You can sit down. You stated, Lieutenant, that you also found in your investigation that Miss Bird had shut off her dash cam. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the dash cam going off demonstrated in that first review of her dash cam we conducted?
Yes. When you see the two officers and the shots fired and they run towards the vehicles, and then on her dash camera, when the vehicle starts to pull away and then the camera shuts off and then the screen just pauses.
Did you, when you interviewed Miss Bird during the administrative inquiry, did you ask her about that?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She described that there is some sort of feature with the camera system that if the reason or the mechanism for the camera coming on is no longer available or there, that a warning box will pop up inside the window. You can see inside the vehicle. You have a small screen that you can see what the camera view is. But there was a box that was in that window that you have to select OK. And then after selecting OK, what she described as it would clear it out.
And when she said cleared it out, what did you take that to mean?
I took it to mean that the camera shut off because that's what we were talking about.
So it seems like during that interview, she was indicating that when did she indicate that this occurred when she got into her vehicle after shots fired?
Yes.
And after that, there was some pop-up screen on her dash cam
Yes.
that she had to click something on. Is that right?
Yeah. So you have to actually touch the screen. There's an OK box on the screen that you have to touch. So imagine a touch screen on a computer, and you have to hit that OK button on the screen, and then it would clear it out.
Did you attempt to get her vehicle to do that?
I tried to. At first, I tried another 2100 unit, and I did the same method. I activated it with the body cam. I turned it off with the body cam, just the body camera. The dash cam kept going. When you turn off the body camera, that does not turn off the dash camera. The body camera only turns on the dash camera, but is incapable of turning it off. And so I did that same order of events, turned it off, and I waited and waited, and I could never get the box to reproduce. And so I tried it again, much after this. I've tried it with her actual unit, and I could just never get this OK box to produce in the same method that it would have been produced that day. And I've looked at the times. The body camera was on for a minute, and then the body cam was turned off, and then the vehicle camera continued for, I have that time. Whatever that time was, I let the camera continue to run in the vehicle, and then I went and looked in the vehicle, and I could not get, the box never came up for me. I couldn't get it to recreate, so I was never able to see that.
So I'm trying to understand exactly how Ms. Bird described this to you. So I think you mentioned that there can be triggers that will turn on a dash cam. Is that right?
Yes,
If your body cam is synced to your dash cam and you turn on your body cam, will that turn on, and you turn on your body cam, will that turn on your dash cam?
yes, it will.
And as I understand what she told you, I've watched the interview that you conducted of her, that she did have her body cam on, which had turned on her dash cam. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And at that time, she was out in the parking lot towing vehicles. Is that right?
yes,
Ultimately, while she's out there towing vehicles and body cams on and dash cams on, she shuts off her body cam. Is that right?
yes.
And we know that her body cam does indeed shut off while she's out there towing vehicles, correct?
Yeah, I was able to find that video is also part of the file, so to speak. And so I could see that portion of the video, and then that video, the body worn camera stops.
And her explanation is, when I shut off my body cam when I was out in the field towing vehicles, dash cam remained on, but it caused a pop-up to come up on my screen, and I had to click OK. And because I clicked OK, my dash cam shut off.
Yes,
Okay. And that is the process that you tried, and you could not get it to recreate that same message. Is that right?
right.
Based on your investigation, do you believe that Ms. Bird proactively turned off her dash cam?
There's no other reason for doing that. If you know it's going to clear it out, why would you touch it? Why would you turn it off? I felt it was intentional. Otherwise, why would you go to that first? It just didn't make sense. I did feel it was intentional.
Talked about dash cam and turning off the dash cam. You also stated that one of your findings was that Bird had failed to turn on her body cam. Tell me what your investigation showed about that.
So none of the cameras came on. So whether it's the dash cam or the body cam, it would have came on automatically with the dash camera. Would have been the easy process to get it on. Or at some point, had she reached down and just, even without lights, had she turned on the body cam, it would have reactivated the dash cam, and we would have both.
She did not turn on her body cam when responding to this incident, correct?
Correct.
We went through much earlier in your testimony your opinion of her statement that she was turning south to respond to the report of a gold rim vehicle. Do you remember that? And you thought that statement was untrue, correct? You also stated that she had indicated that she turned south to follow Officer Riddle because she thought that he was chasing a suspect, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you found that statement to be untrue as well, correct?
Yes.
Were there any other statements she made during your interview of her that you thought was untrue?
There was a statement made that they didn't know where the shots were coming from. And I didn't believe that was truthful because there's 73 shots and you're looking in that direction. So you know roughly where it's coming from. And so I didn't agree with that statement.
And you said, so tell me the basis by which you didn't agree with it. What demonstrated to you that that was not a true statement?
Well, so both officers were about roughly 570 feet from the shooting location, whether they knew it or not at that time, where it was at. As you look in the direction of the shots fired, you can see the crowd scattering, and the crowd is going to scatter in a pattern away from the gunfire. Just looking in that direction, and then Officer Riddle gets in and goes directly there. But Officer Byrd did not. So I felt like you can't be that close, and you can't, with that much movement and all those things, like, you know about where it's coming from. And I'm not saying pinpoint, I'm not saying it was that bench or this sidewalk, but you at least know it was this area right there. That's where the problem was at.
And you said that she was 573 feet away from where it occurred, correct?
Roughly.
Okay. And then in addition to that, you could see, and are you referring to her own dash cam where you can see her looking back to where the shots are coming from?
Yeah, yes, as they're both running back towards their vehicles, they keep looking that direction. You're looking where they just came from. So that the body language speaks, like it's obvious it came from over here. That's why you're looking that way.
Is that the same video that we showed the commissioners earlier today where we referenced her looking over her shoulder to towards the pavilions?
Yes.
And also in that video, she's looking over her shoulder towards the pedestrians that are running away from the shooting.
Yes.
And she's even looking that way when she's calling in the multiple shots firing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also review dash cam footage that demonstrated to you that she knew exactly where those shots were coming from?
Dash cam footage?
Body cam, I apologize.
Yes.
Whose body cam was that?
Sergeant Sweet.
If we can pull up Sergeant Sweet's body cam. And I will be moving for admission of Respondents Exhibit 10.
No objection.
And if we can, Lieutenant, I'd like to go to a timestamp of 17:02 on that video. And tell me, who do we see in this video?
On the left is Lieutenant Matthews. In the middle is Officer Byrd, and on the right is Officer Pugh.
Again, this is Sergeant Sweet's body cam, correct?
Correct. So Sergeant Sweet is also present. You just can't see him.
Correct. And that's from this evening after the shots were fired, correct?
Yes.
If you would hit play, please. You can pause, please. In that video, where were Sergeant Sweet, Officer Pugh, Brittany Byrd, and Lieutenant Matthews standing?
They're standing in the area where there was gunfire there. There were a few different spots where we had shell casings out there, right? But you can see the pavilion behind them there. There's another pavilion over in this area. And so the two that were deceased were actually between those two pavilions. And this was an area where they're standing, where shots were fired.
And what did Ms. Byrd state in that video?
That they were over there, and they could tell that came from here, and she motioned towards the area they were standing.
She motions towards exactly where they're standing, correct?
Yes.
All of that, Ms. Bird's dash cam, where you can see her looking over her shoulder to where the shots are fired, can see the people fleeing, and then this video where she's explaining to Sergeant Sweet that we knew it happened right here. Did all of that indicate to you that she was being untruthful when she said she wasn't sure where it came from?
Yes.
So Lieutenant Kennedy, just to make sure I haven't missed anything, have we covered everything related to your investigation of Ms. Byrd?
I believe so.
Let's turn our attention to Officer Riddle, because you indicated very early on in your testimony that you had also taken a closer look at Officer Riddle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think you stated earlier that your initial concerns were with regard to Officer Riddle's response route as well. Is that correct?
Because he also turned south, which was in a direction away from the shooting. So yes,
Did you investigate those concerns?
I did.
And what did your investigation of Officer Riddle's response uncover for you?
I brought him in for an interview, talked to him specifically about those items and why turn that direction. I was able to also listen to the radio traffic again and look at the dash camera from him. And ultimately, after talking to him, I was able to determine that when the shots were fired, he ran to his vehicle. He'd immediately put it in drive. He was out of the parking lot in 16 seconds. He hopped over a curb. He was code 3. He drove quickly down the road, and then he made a U-turn to try to get into what would be the parking lot to what I've referred to as the east parking lot, which is on the east side of the complex. It's right across the street from where they started. Okay. At the same time, and I had to listen to a couple of different things to figure this out. I could hear him say, "Where is he at?" or something like, I forget. And so I knew he was answering to something.
Let me stop you there. So you said while reviewing that, you heard him say, who are you talking
Right,
about?
Officer Riddle.
And what did you hear Officer Riddle say in his?
I believe it was where's he at or something like that. And so that made me think he's wearing an earpiece. And a lot of officers that wear an earpiece, they might have channel 1 in their ear and channel 2 on their radio. So you wouldn't hear the radio traffic through the system because it's in their ear and you can't hear that. So I had to play the radio traffic, the real-time radio traffic, and it was Officer Pugh stating that there was someone shot over here at Vine and Fifth Ave, however he worded that. And when I took that into account, and then his response over the radio, which you can hear in his car, where you at or where's he at, to that effect, then he instantly jumps out and he takes off, and he's moving fast. And he gets up to 51 miles an hour on Central Landing. He turns on 6th Street, and then he turns on Fifth Ave, and he stays code 3, going through all the traffic, trying to get up there. And then eventually he gets up to the park area, and he pulls in, and he's going a little slow at a point. So I can only imagine what he's doing in the vehicle, but eventually the vehicle then turns and makes a sudden movement to the right. And then he stops and gets out, and there's a victim that's lying there. When I asked Officer Riddle, before even knowing some of that yet, why, he said that there.
We need to address this issue of hearsay objections because Mr. Newcomb is applying the rules of evidence. As he has stated numerous times and has stated to me and has stated to this commission, the rules of evidence don't apply here. Now, the commission can make a determination of whether you want to continue to hear what Lieutenant Kennedy has to say about what occurred in that interview or not. But Mr. Newcomb is citing rules of evidence. He has stated numerous times they don't apply. So if he's going to stand by that, then I think we should all stand by that.
No objections, Bob. We get to introduce all the hearsay we want to too. It's gonna be a huge serving also. I don't care which way. I just want to make sure that if I start introducing hearsay, the objections sustained. I had that happen to me.
Listen, I will respond to his hearsay objection because this is not hearsay. This is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. The reason we are offering it is to demonstrate how Lieutenant Kennedy ultimately made the decisions he made. That is not hearsay. We're not offering it to say that Sean Riddle absolutely said this and this is a true statement, but it is the basis for why Lieutenant Kennedy made certain determinations in his investigation. So if you want a response on hearsay, there's the response on hearsay. It's not hearsay, not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Furthermore, as Mr. Newcomb has pointed out throughout this, rules of evidence don't apply, but apparently they apply when he would like them to. So Lieutenant Kennedy, you were telling us about what Officer Riddle told you when you interviewed him, when you were investigating his response. What did he tell you about why he took the route he took?
He had heard that there was a person that was shot on Fifth Avenue.
When he said he had heard that someone was shot on Fifth Avenue, is that the statement radio traffic coming from Officer Pugh?
Yes.
So let's do this. Let's watch Officer Riddle's dash cam, and this will be Respondents Exhibit 11. I would move for admission of Respondents Exhibit 11, Officer Riddle's dash cam. Riddle, I'll tell you the points I'm playing. It's starting at 24. No. Object? Not to the dash cam. Okay. So if we can play the dash cam.
Oh, the dash cam?
Yeah, sorry. Mm. Let's start if we can. This is obviously a very long dash cam video. It's 2 hours and 43 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let's start if we can closer in time to when the shot's fired. And so let's start it at minute marker 24:40. Hit play. In this, Lieutenant, who are we seeing up in front? I think the commissioners surely know who we're talking about here, but what officers are there that are in between those two vehicles?
That's Officer Byrd and Officer Riddle.
And what is happening now?
Shots are being fired. You can see the tow truck driver crouch.
This is similar to Officer Byrd's dash cam because they were looking at it from the same viewpoint.
Right? Yeah, pretty close.
Will you pause it there? Did Officer Riddle appear to navigate around that tow truck?
Yes.
Did he appear to navigate past a pedestrian?
Yes.
Okay, hit play. Pause. Did he appear to get over that curb?
Yes.
Did he appear to navigate that street vehicle?
Yes.
Play, please. Did he navigate those pedestrians?
Yes.
And this here is that northwest portion of the park, is that correct?
No. This is the east.
Northeast, sorry.
This is the, yeah, yes.
I'm getting tired and my directions are going together. Northeast. Okay, keep going.
I just heard it. I'm gonna have to turn this up. Be as loud as it goes. I don't know.
You can pause. Can you tell us, what are we listening for? What did you hear him say in this
So
video?
you can hear him inside the cab of the vehicle say, "What's that location?"
What's that location?
Right.
You can hit play.
What's that location?
Did I just hear it faintly?
Yes, yeah.
Continue to hit play. You can pause here. So your investigation, you identified that when he's saying, "What's that location?" he had just heard Pew identify that there's a victim on the other side. Is that correct?
Correct.
Play for me. Is he responding with lights and sirens?
Yes, it's noted down here.
And is he traveling at decent amounts of speed to get down the road?
Right, yeah, I think his top speed was 51 miles an hour there.
He's turning right on 6th Street, is that correct?
Yes,
Now he's turning right onto 5th Avenue, is that correct?
yes,
Lights and sirens still on?
yes.
Is he using additional horns there?
Yes, that's an air horn. It's in addition to the continuous siren.
There is quite a bit of traffic there, but he appeared to get through it, is that correct?
Yes.
And what park is that in front of him?
Fifth Avenue Park.
You can stop it there, Lieutenant. Does he ultimately stay in 5th Avenue Park at that time?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with Officer Riddle's explanation for why he went south on Central Landing?
Yes.
Do you think he responded with urgency?
Yes.
Do you think he responded using all emergency equipment?
Yes.
Do you think he responded as directly as he could?
Yes.
Is that because he was going towards the other side of the park because Pew identified a victim on that side?
Yes.
We ended that video, just for the record, at 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
We did not. It ended at 28:09.
Ended at 28:09. Thank you for correcting me on the record. Let's move forward, and let's move forward to the review board. Was a review board convened after your investigation?
Yes.
What did you do after your investigation? Did you provide your investigative file to members of the review board?
Yes.
What would that investigative file have included?
It would have been everything. It would have been the radio traffic, the dash cam, body cam, all of the interviews that had been conducted, all of the GPS coordinates on the vehicles. Like I said, it was very large scale, so there was a lot of things involved.
Approximately how much time did the review board members have to review those materials prior to the review board meeting?
I believe it was about a month, maybe 3 weeks. I don't, the clock's not ticking for me at that point, so I just wait for a date.
Then when you get to review board, walk me through what happened at the review board.
Basically, my role in that is to come in. Everyone on the review board has already had a chance to look at everything that I have done, all of the recordings, all of the snapshots or images or GPS and camera systems and all that. And they basically have me just kind of walk them through, what was determined in there.
You did a factual overview of what your investigation found, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you discuss any other officers at that review board?
I did.
Do you remember which officers you discussed?
I discussed Officer Conyers, Officer Murray, Officer Autumn Smith, Officer Lopez.
Did the review board make any determinations of whether disciplinary should be issued against those officers?
No, it was, from what I remember, it was, would be based off of the infractions, it would be a patrol issue.
And what were some of those patrol issues?
That they responded with no lights or sirens, but excessively speeding, basically. So one, Officer Kyers did 70 miles an hour down Robbins. Officer Murray did 65 miles an hour down 6th Street. Officer Autumn Smith did 80 miles an hour down College. And then also Officer Lopez had a Code 1 response from the far side of town.
Ultimately, in your opinion, through your investigation, those officers, the issue was that they were speeding for more than, explain that to me.
Okay, so the issue actually was that they were speeding, but they weren't using their emergency equipment. We're allowed to speed, but we have to do it with our emergency equipment. And so I had provided that information to the review board.
Did you think that those were serious infractions?
No, and ultimately, it's not my determination at that point. I'm simply a fact finder, and I give them the information, and then it's up to the review board to make whatever decision they feel fit. And I do not get a vote in that matter.
You have no vote on the review board?
No,
No vote as to whether there is a disciplinary?
no, I do not.
Okay. No vote as to whether there's some type of policy violation?
No.
Did y'all discuss Officer Riddle?
Yes.
Did you present your investigation and what it found with respect to Officer Riddle?
Yes, and that was simply like I've already stated, that, there was a sense of urgency. He did use his lights and sirens. And although he went south, there was a proper means for that. There's a proper reason for that, or there was at least a reason for it. And so I provided them with that information, and then ultimately no action was taken with Officer Riddle.
You said with Officer Riddle, at least there was a reason for it. Do you mean at least there was a reason that he went south?
Right, yeah, there was something that I could tie it to that, hey, they said there's someone was shot over at Vine and Fifth Ave, and then he went straight to Fifth Ave.
Did the review board recommend any type of disciplinary against Officer Riddle?
Not that I recall.
Did anyone determine that he had violated some policy?
Not that I recall.
And who do y'all move to next?
Then it went to Officer Byrd.
Did you present all of your investigation with respect to Officer Byrd?
Yes.
What happened then in the review board?
When that's done, then the chief goes around the room and he asks everyone, is there any training deficiencies? Is there policy deficiencies? Because sometimes you identify things that may be noted as a training issue or a policy issue where policies need to change. No one had indicated that they felt that there was any policy changes that needed to be made, and no one felt that there was any training deficiencies that needed to be addressed based off of this AI.
What happened next?
After that, the chief goes around the room and asks everyone what infractions that they noted after they've been able to review all of the files. And like when I present in the review board, it's not like this was today. It's not this big, right? It's actually very minimal, to be honest with you, because they've had access to everything, and there might be a couple questions. But then chief goes around the room, and then each of the voting members, which would be the majors who are on command staff, the assistant chief, and then the Office of Professional Responsibility, they identify any policies that they felt there was an infraction for, and then they are to give what they believe the punishment should be for that if there are any infractions.
And there would have been, the majors on the review panel would have been Major Clay Smith, is that correct?
That's one of them, yes.
Major James Presley,
Yes,
Major Lee Wood.
yes,
Is Assistant Chief of Police also on the review board?
yes,
And that would be Assistant Chief Mike Welsh.
that's correct.
And then I think you also have a supervisor of the officer on the review board, is that correct?
Right, yeah. I actually kind of misspoke there. So he just happened to be the OPR at the time, but Sergeant Sweet would have been her supervisor at the time of this incident. And so that's why he was in the room. It used to be a lieutenant was in there as well, but they stopped that a couple years ago.
So make sure I got my review board. Assistant Chief Welsh, Major Presley, Major Smith, Major Wood, Sergeant Sweet, and then Chief Harris would be there, correct?
Yes,
Ultimately, were there recommendations that there were policy violations in Ms. Bird's response?
yes.
What were those policy violations?
So I wouldn't be able to tell you which person said which ones or that, right? Because I only really documented what the violations were. It was conduct unbecoming, unsatisfactory performance, body worn camera, emergency use of department vehicles, insubordination, and truthfulness.
After identifying that those were, and you said I can't tell you who said what about which ones, but after identifying those policy violations, was there a majority opinion on a recommended disciplinary?
Yes,
And what was that majority opinion?
termination.
And did Chief Harris ultimately terminate Ms. Bird?
Yes.
May have one moment. The witness?
Officer Kennedy, we know each other.
Yes,
It's unfortunate that we're here today.
yes,
There's some things I think we can agree on, right? I mean, obviously, you ran this AI, but you also ran the criminal investigation, correct?
No. The criminal investigation was ran by Detective Foley and Detective Slazer with Sergeant Myers and Sergeant Westbecker. Now, ultimately, I do have some oversight into that, but I'm not part of the day-to-day, so to speak, operations. I don't do interviews, stuff like that, but I am privy to the information that's being had because we do meetings as to what information is coming out and leads and stuff like that.
So you're not the lead investigator
No.
for the criminal case?
No, I'm not.
Did you volunteer to do this AI?
No, I did not.
Are you certified under the NAIA Internal Investigator Certification?
I'm not.
Doesn't CALEA require that?
I have no idea.
So you start with gathering information. And you said you did the church camera. We watched part of that. Did you also provide that to the review board?
Yes.
The GPS on all the cars said that in conversation with council, that you started looking to narrow this investigation, that it was real broad, right?
Yes.
It was the entire weekend.
Yes.
And that, based on factors, is why you started looking at Byrd and Riddle. Is that fair?
Yeah, so there was Officer Byrd was named by 2 other supervisors, and that's what led to that. I was honestly about done with the investigation. I was trying to wrap it up and turn it in.
I'll put that a different way. Did you not just tell us that you narrowed your investigation and you started looking at Byrd and Riddle?
Yes.
Is it at that time that you pulled GPS?
Yes.
Why did you not pull Riddle's GPS?
So I didn't have a complaint on him yet, and I ended up pulling his based off of what I saw looking into the complaint on Officer Byrd. So when I got Officer Byrd's GPS data, and I looked at that, and I looked at her camera footage, I knew Officer Riddle was there, so I looked at Officer Riddle's dash cam footage, and that's where I learned that he went south down Central Landing as well. And that's what brought me into then getting his information. At that point, I asked for everyone's GPS, just so I had it all.
Telling me today that Officer Riddle's GPS.
SEOC pulled Officer Riddle's GPS with multiple other people.
You have Officer Riddle's GPS as part of your AI investigation.
Apologize, I do not have Officer Riddle's.
So we pull some of the GPS, and by the way, that, you're just mistaken, right? You just had a mistake.
Yes,
It's not a lie,
correct.
it's a mistake.
Yes,
You pulled Officer Byrd's data 2 weeks before you pulled anybody else.
yes. I pulled it on April 28th.
To be clear, you didn't do anything that modified anything with this data.
No, I wouldn't know how to do that.
What were the parameters, what was the request that you made of Mr. Edwards?
I asked for her GPS locations for April 13th from 7:36 p.m. to 7:56 p.m.
Let's leave it at military time, because that's how it's in the system, right? Everything here is
Yes.
1900, so you asked 1936 to 1956. Is that correct?
Yes,
Didn't give him any other data as to what you wanted included. Is that correct?
No.
You made the same request with Officer Byrd that you made 2 weeks later with all the other officers when they pulled theirs at the same time.
yes,
You asked from 1936 to 1956.
yes,
And you received that data, correct?
yes.
Why does Officer Byrd's actually have 1936 to 56? Everybody else's is 5 hours off.
So when it's pulled in UTC time. And so this is something that we commonly run into when we're doing criminal investigations. We use this same program. And so you have to convert it for UTC time, so you have to add 5 hours.
Let me ask it a different way. You just told us that you asked for the exact same material on all these officers on 2 separate dates.
Yes,
Why are we now making changes to data or changing it to UTC?
I haven't made any changes to any data. I received it exactly how you see it today. I'm just
And
simply
if you asked for
explaining.
1936 to 1956, how do you have any data for them? Because the materials that were provided were actually 1400.
So that's 1436 UTC time, not Central Time.
The same program, correct?
It is.
You asked him to give you the same time frame, 1936 to 1956.
Yes.
And they did 6 officers for a different time frame, 1 officer totally different. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
What's not correct about that?
So UTC time is 5 hours different than Central Standard Time. The only thing different is what you're viewing right now is that's just in UTC time. If me and you were to leave right now and go to Boston and have this hearing, it doesn't mean it's going to just convert to Eastern Time. We would have to do the math and add an hour. I received it in UTC time. I realize it's UTC time. I can do the math in my head and I can change it. It doesn't mean I altered it. It doesn't mean anyone altered it. Someone just didn't click the box and said, go ahead and convert it for us to Central Standard Time as it came in. But that's something that dispatch would do, not myself.
So your estimation as to why hers looks different than everybody else, and by the way, they were not on duty at 1400 hours, right?
They were not, no.
None of those, they're night shift.
Nope.
Is that somebody, while they're fulfilling your request for the exact same data and the exact same time frame, didn't click a box? Is that your answer?
Yes.
So when you start this open investigation, you said we're going to interview a lot of people, and you said we don't have a nature of complaint, right?
That's correct.
And that this had to do with the whole entire weekend, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigation covered the weekend,
Yes.
correct? Everyone at that point is a witness. Is that also correct?
Yes,
So this isn't a complaint filed by a citizen, right?
it's not.
If it was, we would have stated specifics on that form, right?
Yes,
And they would have information about the specifics of the allegation,
Yes.
correct? They'd be advised that they're not a witness, they are a suspect, or a subject, I should say, a subject.
yes, correct.
Everyone then, in this case, was a witness, but everyone was under Garrity, is that correct?
That's correct.
And they couldn't talk to each other.
That's right.
Why was Officer Sweet not put under Garrity?
So Officer Sweet wasn't around. When Garrity was first happened, I didn't do it. It was done by Sergeant Holloman. He came into the shifts and he put everyone under Garrity.
When you found that there was a mistake there, did you ask Sergeant Sweet to come in and get placed under Garrity?
No, I didn't interview Sergeant Sweet.
Why did you not interview Sergeant Sweet?
I'm going to go ahead and pull up the shift lineup for this, okay? We basically had 2 shifts that were working, B and C shift, okay? When the investigation started, I asked about Friday night from everyone. Everyone agreed that nothing happened Friday night. So I didn't have to ask that question too many times, and then I realized nothing happened Friday night. We got into Saturday, and that's when we started discussing Toadsuck. And so I spoke with the officers that went to Toadsuck. It's one of the reasons that I spoke with Officer Byrd was because she went to Toadsuck, and she was also involved in Fifth Avenue.
What happened at Toadsuck?
There was a large party. It clogged up the streets out on the west end of town. It was a party that was apparently contracted by the sheriff's office to provide security. It got out of hand and was ultimately shut down. There was no incident that night.
Who shut down that party?
Officer Byrd, I think Officer Kyers. I know there was a deputy that was out there, Deputy Sullivan. I don't know what her involvement was with that. I know someone had to get keys to turn something off. I'm not sure who did that.
Your thorough investigation didn't tell you how it occurred,
How what occurred?
shutting down the party?
Yeah, I just told you Officer Byrd went and turned off the power with, I believe, Officer Kyers.
And moving into Sunday morning, at this point, you know Sunday, when you're working an investigation after the fact,
Mhm.
you know Sweet was involved. You know that he responded. When you first found out that he had not been put under Garrity or interviewed, why did you not interview him?
So, you'll have to follow me for a second here. We had, I don't know how many officers put under Garrity right away. I started interviews the very next day. I wasn't out just walking the halls looking to see, hey, who needs to be put under Garrity yet. I started all these interviews, and in between all of these interviews, I'm watching all of the Fifth Avenue park cameras, watching all of the body cameras, I'm watching all of the dash cameras, everything that I can get my hands on, see what happened. This took a very extensive time, and it took a very long time to get through interviewing everyone, and as I got through it, eventually, I had enough information, I didn't feel it was necessary to interview Sergeant Sweet at that point, because Sergeant Sweet never went to Toad Suck, and Sergeant Sweet never went to Fifth Avenue Park prior to the shooting. So I didn't need to interview him. My investigation was up to the shooting at that point. Not at all.
And you just gave a whole lot of testimony, and we watched video and all kinds of stuff about response times. So you know that Sergeant Sweet went to the location.
Yes.
Do you have an answer for why you never put him under Garrity and you never interviewed him?
I felt no need to put him under Garrity or to interview him because the investigation started with leading up to the shooting, and he had never been at either location.
You have viewed his dash cam, correct?
I have.
And his body cam.
I have.
Part of his response was him driving into oncoming traffic,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
For a distance.
Yes.
And that is a double divided landing, central landing,
It
correct?
is.
He bypassed an opening to the park, correct?
Yes.
And seconds later, Lieutenant Matthews and Officer Noah Murray are going to pull into that exact spot, aren't they?
Right. Yeah, they pulled into the same way that Sergeant Sweet went.
Except they
And
didn't drive
stopped,
to the.
and they
oncoming
stopped
traffic.
at the curb. Yes.
They went ahead and stopped, and they went
Yes.
in the park.
Yes.
So we could say he didn't take the most direct route, too, couldn't we? Can you agree with me with that?
Yes, I'll agree with you.
He made a decision to detour, to go around,
Yes.
because he thought in the moment, maybe that's the quickest way to get where I need to be.
Yes.
Talk about that a second. Said that Officer Riddle he's okay, because he changed and he went south because he heard something on the radio, right?
Yes.
I want you to explain to our commission what's the difference between shots fired and shooting, or when we have a victim.
So yes, so a shot fired call may come in if someone's, say, shooting guns in the air. That would be a shots fired. A shooting is once someone is injured.
Which one takes priority, a shooting or a shots fired?
A shooting takes priority.
Very quickly into this encounter, we have a shooting, correct?
Yes.
And so everybody's trying to get to Pew. And where's Pew?
He's in the northwest corner of the park.
Can I interrupt for just a second?
sir.
I think people are having trouble hearing you. Some of the, you're okay. You're just standing a little far back from the microphone. And then while I'm interrupting, so I don't have to, there's been a lot of discussion about Garrity, and for the people watching at home, they may not know what that means. So I was just going to throw that out there.
I appreciate that. Why don't you go ahead and take a moment and explain what Garrity is?
When a police officer is put on Garrity, they're read a different set of rights. Basically, police officers don't have the option to remain silent. We're forced to give an answer when we are questioned as part of an AI. A portion of that Garrity is also that you can have a witness with you present in the room, and you're also not to discuss anything with any other person about the incident. And that's just to keep people from putting together stories, comparing notes, stuff like that.
Said initially when you were talking to Officer Byrd, tell me if that's better or if I need to do something different, okay?
Oh, I'm just getting the feedback from people that are watching online. Sometimes a witness or an attorney would step just a little too far back, and you can sort of hear it. Yeah, you might just bring that down. So
Better. I am shorter.
Much better.
I promise I will
I'm not used to working with that level of microphone. I like to pretend that they're not in the room so I can just keep on. So if at any time I need to slow down.
I'll probably, just for all counsel, I'll probably just like do this and let you know that there's a problem with the audio feedback, just to make sure that people that are watching at home can hear.
Thank
It's
you. I
just not
appreciate
something
that.
we lawyers are used to in court.
We don't normally worry about people at home. Lieutenant, you said the response time of Officer Byrd on Sunday night was good, correct? And she and her team got on duty, and so that all was perfect. That was great. This is before shots fired, correct?
Can you say that again, please? I lost you there.
Said the response on Officer Byrd on Sunday night, before shots fired, as she got on duty, was perfect.
Yes,
It's all perfect. It's great. That's what needed to happen, and it needed to happen sooner.
yes.
What needed to happen sooner?
Actions to shut the party down.
Specifically, when they got text messages between 10 people on day shift, right?
I don't know if that was the time because no one was there yet, because that was morning, but once it started to fill up, that would be what I would consider a time if I was the watch commander. That's when I would,
If you know you've had a lot of problem on Saturday night, why would you not on Sunday morning get up and say, let's put a plan together as soon as we know that the same folks are going to be here Sunday?
I can't answer that. I wasn't there.
Part of your AI investigation was to figure out what response there was, correct?
Yes?
The response there wasn't any. Is that a fair representation?
There wasn't any until Officer Byrd and Officer Riddle started towing vehicles. Prior to that, there was some small actions being taken with trying to get people to get off the grass. But based off of the interviews and that, it was ineffective because as one or two people maybe left because they were told to leave, 10 more showed up behind them and just parked.
There wasn't a plan for, let's get street barricades out, was there?
Was not,
There wasn't a plan to call additional officers in, correct?
not that I'm aware of.
Or hold the day shift over for a little while we're trying to get more plans in place, correct?
Not that I'm aware of. I think one officer stayed over, but I think it was because they were working an accident.
As soon as the day shift had had this conversation, isn't it true that they told Lieutenant Paget?
So day shift,
Day shift on Sunday,
from what I understand, Lieutenant Paget was told.
and Lieutenant Paget sent a text message to Major Presley, correct?
That's correct.
And what did that text message say?
I don't remember what his text message said. I just know the reply from Major Presley was 10-4.
No other plan after that was put in place until night shift got there with Officer Byrd, Lieutenant Matthews. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
During the day shift and starting through the evening shift, there were how many calls to the non-911 call center?
There was 15 non-emergency line phone calls up until, I only tracked up until the shots fired.
Starting with Mr. Gosnell, correct?
Yeah, Mike Gosnell.
And I may be saying his name wrong. Mr. Gosnell said, this is a yearly thing, and there's going to be trouble. Paraphrasing, right?
Yes.
Anybody respond to that?
So I know Sergeant Gray made a phone call to him. I know there was a call for service that came up to where he had to speak to him on the phone. And I know that that call was recorded by Sergeant Gray's body cam.
And there were also phone calls about traffic, correct?
Yes.
At some point, there were phone calls in relation to firearms, correct?
I know there was one call that related to shots fired, but then one of the officers said, no, that was a vehicle that backfired.
Did they go and talk to that individual to see what they witnessed?
I don't know if they did or not.
This is a thorough AI investigation. Is that officer someone that you interviewed?
Yes,
And who was that officer?
it was, I just don't want to give you the wrong name.
And I appreciate that.
Yep. That was Officer Brandon Short.
For your information, looking at your report, did you ask him if he went and talked to that individual?
No,
For folks who couldn't get to their houses, correct?
yes,
Individuals who said that there was alcohol and drug usage, they thought?
yes.
Did anybody investigate those things?
So I asked everyone I talked to, was there firearms? Was there alcohol? Was there anything? And the response from everyone was, I never saw firearms. I never saw alcohol. I had 2 officers say, I smelt a slight odor of marijuana, but no one ever said they saw anything. That was one thing I was trying to get at, was, were these things seen, and could have something been done about it? But everyone I talked to, even the officers that did walkthroughs, said that, no, we didn't see anything illegal. I asked about why things weren't shut down, and I was told that there was no illegal activity. What is there to shut down? And that there was an overwhelming response that I got. So
Did anybody check the boards to see if the pavilion had been rented?
I have no idea.
This is your thorough investigation.
Yes, you keep saying that. I appreciate that. But here's what I'll say about that, okay? Whether or not the pavilion is rented doesn't mean that it's closed, all right? If a pavilion is rented, that means that someone can certainly go and have that pavilion for that time period because they've paid money for it. But right now, if you want to go use that pavilion, you're more than welcome to go set up shop over there. And there is no law or rule or ordinance that says you're not allowed to use it. So whether or
Not an
not,
ordinance in place that says that they shall be rented.
I don't know. I don't know if that ordinance exists.
We'll get to that in a minute. So we have 14 separate non-911 calls.
15.
I think one of those might be Brittany Byrd. In relation to these events on Sunday, said nobody. You asked everyone if they had seen guns. What did Officer Watkins tell you about when he first saw some folks running on Sunday from Fifth Avenue Park?
He said that there was a large group of people that kind of fled or ran from an area. He saw that, and then there was a lady that he spoke to that was a witness that came and made contact with him. And that person had told him that there were people waving guns at the park.
So he's witness, is that what, 1849-20, I think it might be?
I'm sorry?
1849-20?
I have no idea.
Prior to at least 19-20 hours?
I can't answer that without pulling that up.
While you're doing an investigation, would it not be important to know some of the times and dates in relation to events like there's a gun present or there's multiple guns present?
I'll agree with that.
Okay. Officer Watkins told you that the lady with the dog told him they're waving guns, right?
Yes,
He witnessed a multitude of people leaving quickly that location.
yes.
Is it not true that radio dispatch said, we can see that on the screens because they're looking at the park, right?
I don't recall that.
If we could we take about a 10-minute bathroom break?
I don't know whose water that is.
It's mine.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab it. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Hey, can we get?
All right, I think we have about everyone else, so if you want to continue.
Thank you very much. Still okay on the sound? I moved. Officer, while we were on break, were you able to retrieve I know you noted it as number 9 on the CFS reports. I can share.
Thank you.
May I approach the witness? I'm used to judges giving me permission or not.
You may.
Sir, I'm going to give this to you, back to the microphone, okay?
Okay.
This is the Conway Emergency Operations Center, so this is like a CFS, all over them, right?
Yes.
I'm going to be referring to page 10 of 14, there at the top.
Uh, 2309 advised that everyone is running, can see on cameras this as well.
And that's made by, would they be officers? They're not officers.
They're a
Dusty York,
dispatcher, the last name is York.
So D. York made that entry. 2309 is Watkins, is that correct?
Yes,
And Officer Watkins told you about that in your interview with him, correct?
yes,
But he went a little further.
yes,
So let me back it up. That report right there is telling you comments that were made on radio, on the audio, things they radio in.
correct.
So Officer Watkins radioed in that he sees people running, correct?
Yes,
There is no further entry after that where he tells anybody over the radio, somebody just told me there's guns out here.
correct. Yeah, I don't see that on here.
Can we agree that that would be credible information that we need to investigate if we have a multitude of people running?
Yes,
You pulled his GPS data for Officer Watkins. When did he go to Buffalo Wild Wings?
can I pull it up on here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just tell you, I don't think it's going to show that because it's going to start him there at the beginning, but I'll pull it up. So this is the entire entries that we have from 2:36 to, it's 2:55 and 59 seconds. So the first one I have is on this street here. That's at 2:36:01. It appears that he pulled into a parking spot.
Did he ever check, what do you call it when you leave a location?
You can say you're 10-8 from there, you could say you're 98 from there.
Okay. And I don't know. I know it was one of those. He didn't tell anybody he was leaving at the park, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
The notations are, I'm at the park. Nothing further till shots fired and then he's going over there, right?
As far as I know, yes.
It's credible information. We now have a weapon. And the time frame that was on there, what was the time frame that was noted on there that we just looked at on the CFS report?
This was at 18:59, so basically almost right at 7 o'clock PM.
I was off a little bit. 18:59 and the seconds were,
6 seconds. That's when the entry was made, so the radio traffic would have beat that shortly.
I think that, we'll hear from her. I think the notations are her listening to the radio and putting it as of a particular time. So that's almost an hour before we had shots fired, correct?
About 45 minutes.
And during that time frame, Officer Watkins is not looking for guns, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
We went to Buffalo Wild Wings. Do we have other officers looking for guns at this point?
Officer Riddle and Officer Pugh had gone over to look to see if they could see anything. Officer Riddle stated he didn't see anything, and he'd sat there, I believe he said, for 10 to 15 minutes. And then he returned to help Officer Byrd with the parking stuff.
Okay, and I'm going to compare their two interviews briefly. Officer Riddle didn't make mention at all, other than I saw some people run. When I asked them what they were running from, they said they're just being crazy up in there. But they didn't say anything about guns,
Okay.
right? Is that correct?
I'd have to review it. You have to understand, this case was hundreds and hundreds of hours of talking and video and information overload.
Yes, sir.
It would be nearly impossible for me to recall every aspect of this, and I don't mind digging and looking for it, but it just might take me some time to find it. I'm trying to be as respectful as I can and push this along, and it's very difficult to get every word of everything out.
And I'm not going to hold you, you can paraphrase.
Okay, thank you.
Do you recall Officer Riddle ever saying anything about a gun?
I don't recall hearing anything about a gun. I do recall him saying he went to check out where everyone was running from to see what he could see. And I just know that he said he saw nothing.
And Officer Watkins told you about talking with a woman, correct? And she said that there's guns.
I believe so, yes.
Did Officer Watkins also tell you that he had visited with Officer Riddle about this?
Don't recall that.
How quickly did he respond and go to Buffalo Wild Wings after that comment?
So I don't know. I only have the data.
Okay, well, let's just talk about his interview. Let's focus in on Watkins' interview.
Okay.
Did he make it sound that it was pretty quick between getting this information and that he simply went to Oak Street, turned around, and came back because now we had shots fired?
I do recall something to that effect where he had just left and then shots fired happened almost immediately. I do recall that.
The list of people that you said were also discussed for policy violations did not include Watkins. Why?
For what? I'm confused.
Failing to alert other officers or anybody in the public that there was guns at this location. Would that not be a policy violation?
So I was under the impression that Officer Riddle and Officer Pugh had gone and looked to see if there was anything over there. Whether they said gun or not at that point, I don't know. But under the impression that that's how it was checked out. I know that was before the shootings. I don't know how long before. I'd have to go back and re-listen to those interviews to get the exact information, but the best I can recall, I believed that Officer Riddle and Officer Pugh went and looked.
To be clear, you didn't do a follow-up either. You didn't do a follow-up, you didn't do an interview number 2 with Watkins, correct?
I did not.
You didn't do an interview number 2 with Riddle.
I did not.
Officer Byrd's badge number is 504, right?
That's correct.
To be clear, she's the one who did advise that shots were fired, correct?
Yes.
Shortly after that, Pugh now turns this to a shooting by saying that he's had someone that's a victim in that location. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who advised 40 rounds from multiple different firearms?
Officer Byrd did.
Did she also, when she got to the location, ask other officers to give the location on victims, other victims?
Yes.
She went straight to a victim when she got there as well, right? She went to Pugh
Yes.
to help him with hers, with
Yes.
his. She also wanted to get a total count, correct?
Yes.
Officer Byrd also asked to know the severity of injuries from other officers so they could prioritize for the ambulance services, correct?
I believe so. I don't recall that exactly, but I do believe so. I'll just tell you this. I've made the statement that once she got on scene, She did everything we expect an officer to do. I'll just put that out there. Once she was there, everything that we expect them to do, to look at, to find victims, to help, to coordinate. She was a senior officer. She took that role when she got there. She was directing stuff. This had nothing to do with when she got there. She did everything that I could have imagined that should have been done. And even up until the shooting, and I've told her that all of this made sense. Like, she went out and she did the things on Saturday. She did the things on Sunday. There was only 2 officers and 1 lieutenant that were actively trying to do something useful to stop the party, and she was part of that. So I've never said that she wasn't. It was literally the only reason this was brought into it was just because of the physical response from the moment the shots were fired until she arrived on scene. But I will concur with everything you say around that she did a great job before and after, before the shooting and after her arrival.
Commissioner, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and introduce as our exhibit number 1, the CPD, I'll get it straight here in a second, policies. I have those in your notebooks, 1A through 1F.
Ms. Byrd, are these the same ones?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Is that admitted at this time?
Oh, no objection.
I think we did discuss this.
objection.
As we go, there may be some that she has some objections that she does want to lodge. I think I could go through these others that I know we do agree on, get that done faster. So 1 is admitted. And number 11 is the church video footage. I'd ask that that be admitted. You want me just to read them all and then ask you if you have any objections to the others? Get it done? Yeah. I went past the ones you told me you had an objection about.
Sure. Church video's already in.
Just one at one of mine. Number 12 is park video footage. You said that you did pull park videos from multiple angles, and there's multiple cameras out at that location. Is that correct?
At Fifth Avenue, yes.
Your Honor, our number 12 has 3 videos, and it's 1 exhibit. Ask that those be introduced at this time.
I'm sorry, Angie, can you tell me what your 12 is? Can you tell me what your 12 is? I'm getting confused. Okay. I'm so, because you said 12 and I was like, I don't. So these park videos from Fifth Ave, that's just from what we provided you? Yeah, no objection. Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Thank you for giving us just a moment, Commissioner. I have talked about 11 and 12. I visited with counsel. She didn't have any objection to my 13 through 23, which is 13 is Officer Byrd's body cam and dash cam. There are multiple views. Exhibit 14 is Officer Smith's body cam and dash cam. Number 15 is Officer Murray's body cam and dash cam. 16 is Officer Watkins, also body cam, dash cam. 17 is Officer Kyers, body cam and dash cam. 18 is Officer Lopez's body cam, dash cams. 19 is Officer Riddle's body cam and dash cam. 20 is Officer Pugh's body cam. 21 is Officer Philip Sweet's body cam and dash cam. 22 is Lieutenant Monty Matthews' dash cam. And 23 is a CVS file, which is the GPS data. Ask that those be introduced at this time.
No objection.
Thank you. You may do so.
Would we please go ahead and play video? We sure do.
It's over here.
Ms. Byrd, are these ours to keep? Can we make notes in these?
Yes, sir, you can make notes, those are yours to keep. If for some reason something doesn't get introduced, we'll simply let you note that on there, that it's proffered, and move on. Folks, I'm going to ask you to bear with me. I know you've seen this a couple of different times. Promise you, I have seen it loads over the past 30 days. What I'd like to do is play it in its entirety. Then I will have questions. I'll point your attention while it's playing. We have two ladies on the ground in the parking lot. Correct, Lieutenant?
Yes.
Good police work to make sure they're not injured, isn't it?
Yes.
In the meantime, we had a parks individual who, or street department moved up some, correct?
Yes.
So she had to go on the other side. Isn't it true? Riddle went on the inside, I'll say on the right side of the street vehicle.
Did.
Officer Byrd had to go on the left side. Can we agree that this right here, and there's a lot of traffic right there, is the first opportunity that she could go with no impediments to get onto that roadway?
To pull out on a central landing, is that what
Yes,
you're
sir.
asking? Yes.
You go ahead and play Officer Riddle. We can go ahead and hit play. This is Riddle's dash cam. There are two separate portions. We'll note that the time frame on here is located at the top, 4/13/25 at 19:21:08. Let me turn up volume. Not a sound person. I don't think anybody wants me pushing buttons. I don't think it's on my unit.
I think someone turned it down since before lunch because it was a lot louder.
Is there some way to fix that, folks? Anybody? Okay. Yes. Have you watched this video, officer?
Yes, I have.
Do it, do it.
In relation to this, I don't think there's anything being missed right now. There's conversation between him and Pew, is that correct?
So I don't know who he's talking to, but I remember him, he's yelling.
Right. Basically, they're not happy with, there's a lot of traffic going on.
Yes.
You decide against it?
There's not discussion about any gun,
You decide
correct?
against it?
Not that I recall hearing.
We can agree, this is really hectic out there right now.
Yes.
A lot of people.
That look like a
I don't
freaking
want-
U-turn to y'all? God bless. I'm gonna light somebody up. There you go.
Well, I wasn't. So let me head back over there just in case.
Yeah, everybody's starting to move their cars now, but they're freaking trying to turn into this one-lane freaking traffic. I ain't playing games with these idiots.
Inside that park area, there's two different directions to park your vehicle, correct?
She went to turn, and then I went to pull behind her. She backed up. And
What
went
do you
back
mean by
straight.
that?
Maybe I should put it a different way. When you pull in there, you can immediately go right here, but it's grass. Or you can pull into where there's a parking and there's like a median of sorts
Oh, yes.
inside there that has grass in it.
Yes. Yes, there's actually a street that goes back around to the Vine. You can actually get the Vine.
Right, when you first pull in, if you were just to turn right immediately, that's gonna be a road
That's correct.
that goes all the way around the park.
Yes,
Or you can go further in and actually park in a parking space.
correct.
So these folks weren't just parked, they were parked anywhere and everywhere.
Yes.
Oh, that's good. Still doesn't stop all people trying to cram into people.
No,
And yet they're still trying to pull
We'll
in.
probably go up there to right now we need somebody blocking right there to where they can only go into the interstate.
Like when you say block,
Is this the part that you're referring to as them investigating?
Central Land
I don't know if
where
this
they
is it or
can
not.
turn onto the
He just told me that
to where they
10 to
can't
15
go to
minutes.
Oak Street.
oh,
I should do that.
The time at the top is counting up, right? We're at 19:23.
1823, so we're about 22 minutes out from the actual shooting.
It's been about 30 since people ran, correct?
Keep trying to come
We're
up and
close.
take a left right here. I'm like, what are y'all doing?
Say 24 minutes.
Yeah, I don't remember the time. on that.
18:59:06.
Yes, that's right, yes.
Yeah, I'll get out your way.
The reason that we're able to hear him, and if we had the volume up, you'd hear what he's talking about in relation to the traffic, is because he honked his horn, right?
So I don't know what turned it on. I'd have to go back and look at that and see. I don't know what turned it on.
I believe it's him honking his horn or getting it onto the girl who was trying to turn left there. It's one of those triggering events, correct?
I don't know that the horn is, the air horn is, if that's what you're referring to, but I don't know that the horn on the steering wheel would do that.
Yeah, they said tell them to. Oh, yeah, I don't know where she is. She was the one making contact with everybody, and then we even got. Let me see what Brittany's. Let me call her. Okay.
I fast forwarded that just a little bit, so I think we got an idea about the traffic. He's now moved over to the other side of the funeral home, correct?
Yes,
So this is the location between funeral home and the church.
that's correct.
Yes, we'll go ahead and play that. It's not us. Yes, they have somebody coming. They happen to do that. We better touch it. The record reflect we touched no buttons.
I couldn't hear you, Ms. Bird.
I said, let the record reflect we touched no buttons. I definitely need volume. When they have volume. It's there. And then you do this. It's fine. I'm going to ask some other questions while we're waiting on that. I've paused that, that way we don't slow down proceedings. First off, Officer Byrd, she has a canine partner, right?
Yes,
That's Leo.
that's correct.
When we were previously playing her dash cam, think that that's actually Leo that we're hearing? As opposed to gunfire?
So some of it may be Leo, maybe pause or something in the back, but I do feel that gunfire is something else we're hearing.
Are you familiar with his training?
With Leo's, no, I'm not a canine.
In relation, okay, so you don't know if he's sensitive, but he's trained in relation to gunfire. Is that
Yeah,
correct? You don't know?
I have no idea.
While we're waiting on that, perhaps we could go to the body cam for Riddle. I mean, go to Ms. Bird. Ms. Bird's body cam. Yes. First one, beginning, body cam. Nope, that's after shots. Go down to beginning event. Thank you. She's activated her body cam in this footage, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
What did she tell you about why she activated her body cam?
There was a subject that was walking up to talk with her, and so she activated her body camera as she was being approached.
And isn't it true that that is per policy if you think a party, you're about to have an interaction with a person who might become a suspect or a situation?
Yes.
Hilton's Record Service.
That's where y'all taking all of them in?
We're not doing anything, it's private property owners.
So it's too late?
Yeah.
I'm calling.
Okay. No, too late, that was on the truck. What? Yeah, I turned that on.
I didn't know.
Because he woke up.
They said
All these are getting towed.
That's just like what she told you, right? You can also see during part of that she touches it again.
Yes, that's turning it off.
Right, so she's done with that encounter.
That's correct.
Right, now, I know you and I have had cases together before.
Mhm.
And we have dash cam and we have body cam. They act in concert. They act together with situations.
Yes.
How do those get tagged or merged, or how do you want to describe it as to we're going to put it with an event? How does the equipment know to do that?
When you turn the camera off, you have to, and it's been a while since I've been on patrol with these new cameras, but there's a button that you have to press until you get to the category you want it to be in, whether that be a miscellaneous or if it's an arrest. I think there's one in there for DWI, officer involved, traffic accident. There's a couple that I can remember.
So there are different ways to do that now, because I'm older than you, so I can say it this way. We're both old enough that things have changed
Correct.
since you've used those materials, right?
Yes.
Okay. In relation to that, then, obviously those two systems, I mean, it's one system, but it's two components, have to merge.
Yes.
Can we agree that it's always recording if your equipment is on? And I mean your unit.
So I've heard that. I don't know that fact, but I have heard that. But I don't know. I've never attempted to get anything that way. So I don't know. That would be a question probably for Bob Blanchard.
You do not know how this equipment works.
I know how to function it. I don't know all of the intricate details of what it's capable of outside of what we're trained as police officers.
And regardless of whether you have information that you know that it's going to be running the whole entire time their unit is on.
The camera's on, yes.
We're going to disagree on that just a minute then.
Okay.
All right, so you're not aware that once they turn their unit on, and I mean their car,
Yes.
turn it on, at that point, at any point, it's recording.
I'm not aware of that.
That when you push your button, it goes back 30 seconds and says, this is an event.
Yes, I am aware of the 30-second.
And it can do that because it's recording.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there's something called record after the fact?
Heard that term before, but I don't know what it is.
Did you look into whether or not this equipment could give you all of the dash cam and body cam that you want? Did you try to find out that information?
Didn't even know that was a possibility to ask for.
But you keep the manuals, don't you, so you know how to operate them?
I don't have one. I don't wear a body cam.
And you said that was a question for Officer Bob. Well, Bob is not an officer, is
He's
he?
not right.
Is that
Bob Blanchard is like our IT guy, but he handles all of our watch guard issues.
And who did you work with to try and recreate the materials that Brittany Bird was discussing with you about her body cam and the dash cam and how they work?
So I did work with Bob Blanchard on some of this stuff.
Did he tell you about record after the fact? Officer Bird now told you about a screen recording that would come up. The trigger that started the current recording is no longer active.
Correct.
Right.
She did tell me about
In
that.
fact, she offered to go show you.
She said I'd have to show you. She couldn't verbalize it, I guess, so to speak.
It may be easier so you could actually see how it functions.
Yes.
You didn't take her up on that, did you?
Did not.
Were you able to get the volume? So the interaction with the gentleman who came up and she activated her body cam is just like what she told you in her interview, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about GPS data for just a moment while they're working on this. You said that that was prepared for you at your request. And that was by whom?
Brian Edwards. The second batch, I know Sean Kennedy was also involved. I don't know who prepared it, but I went up there to retrieve it.
The instructions as to how it was retrieved was, I want the person, particular unit, and a time frame of 1936 to 1956.
On the first request, I specifically asked for just Officer Byrd. On the second request, I asked for all GPS units, and I was given what I believe to be the units that were functioning on that date and time.
You asked for that time frame, correct?
Yes.
No specific requests about include or don't include certain information, badge numbers, or anything else? You didn't ask for riddles.
I just asked for all of the officers, for all of the vehicles that were operational in that time period. I didn't ask specifically for his or for Watkins or for anyone. The only one I asked specifically for was the first request was for Officer Byrd. The next request was, I want all GPS data from any of the vehicles on this date and time.
So they simply didn't give you riddle?
I take that to mean that it wasn't available, that it wasn't connected, the GPS didn't work.
Bottom line is you didn't get anything for riddle?
No,
You didn't get anything for sweet?
no. Later, I did get some for Sweet, but that's because he was on an L3 camera system.
Have you looked at those files,
Which files?
the GPS files that we're discussing?
So how they were given to me, it's not a file, as in it's something that I pull up and look and see the data. I double click it and it opens automatically in Google Earth Pro. So I'm not aware of how to look and see. I'm familiar when we get stuff from like phone companies and stuff, it comes usually in an Excel format. I don't see that with it. And then the programs that we use to load that, which I didn't use in this one, would then read that file information and put it on Google Earth. This was different from that, where it's just the icons that I double click and it pulls up Google Earth and it automatically gives me the temporary places, and then I can select each officer.
In relation to what you've talked about on direct, okay?
Mhm.
We saw pictures with yellow pins. So
Yes.
does all this data open like that and it give you yellow pins?
Yes.
Who provided the pictures that had blue?
Blue. I have to see the blue. I don't know what the blue is, what you're talking about.
It's part of your investigative file,
Okay.
and it's a blue picture in relation to the route for Officer Byrd.
Okay. It's just a,
Do
it's
you
just,
not know how that occurred?
let me look for it. Is there anything within the picture? I've gone through everything in my GPS folder. I don't have anything with a blue in it.
Are you aware that in reviewing those files, that when you look to see those pins, that the file names are different?
Yes, each file name was different.
I'll put it a different way. When we pull up the materials for, say, the picture for Autumn Smith, it's going to have her number all over the screen, correct?
Yes,
Why is it not there for Bird?
that I don't know.
When we say Autumn Smith, it's going to show her badge number, right?
Yes, yeah, and I recall it says 586 on hers, on the pins.
Did you calculate, you talked about speeds with the GPS data. You said between those any two spots, you can calculate the speed based on the amount of space that's been traveled, so many feet,
Yeah,
correct?
yes.
Did you do that for all of the data points so you would know if she changed her speed?
No, not until last night. I'm sorry, 4 o'clock this morning, I started doing that.
Gave you a lot of data, I get that.
You gave me a form at 8 p.m. It was very difficult, but I did try.
In relation to how officers are trained to drive and they're trying to get someplace quickly,
Mhm.
do we go a particular speed at all times? Are there variations in that speed?
Yes, there can be variations depending on traffic, accelerations, decelerations, curves, corners, stop
Sometimes-
signs, you know.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be
No, that's
disrespectful. So again, yeah, what you're taught is you're trying to get somewhere. Sometimes you got to slow down, right?
Yes,
Sometimes there's traffic, sometimes there's cars.
Yes.
Sometimes there's people. You saw a whole bunch of people, right?
yes,
Sometimes there's roundabouts.
yes.
Got to look for those. While we're on that, you didn't calculate then her speeds in any certain locations.
I just did the calculations from beginning to end, and then what I'd showed you earlier from the roundabout to the curve on Maple.
If we take it from that roundabout location to the top, it actually lowers that average speed. Are you aware of that?
Sorry, if we do what?
If you said I took it down in the roundabout
Yes.
until the time at the top of the
The
Maple.
Maple curve.
In doing so, that changes her average speed, correct?
I don't know. I'd have to re-accomplish it again to make sure.
And when we haven't calculated each individual two different spots to know that timing sequence, it could have been a lot faster that she drove.
At which point, I'm just making sure I'm following you.
Average speed,
Yes,
if turn that in as if this is a horrible thing because it's an average speed. What I'm wanting to know is if we didn't calculate the individual things such that we know her speeding up, slowing down, when she braked, you don't know if her average speed is higher or lower.
I wouldn't know unless I re-accomplish the data from two other locations. I think my intent with that is I looked at everyone's average speed, and this one just happened to be significantly lower. That's all the information I can provide. I guess it's up to the commission, I guess, to decide, is that a proper way to do it? It's the best way I know how to do it, is to do a speed estimation.
And looking at these particular ones, let me say it a different way. These pins, if they're closer together, what does that tell us about her speed?
If they're closer together, the speed is slower.
And if they're further apart,
It's faster.
so we can simply look at the picture and know that there's variances in her speed.
Yes.
After review of our materials sent to your council, I guess at this point you have figured out there's some variances between the timing mechanisms between GPS, dash cam, and the radio. Is that right?
Yes.
So let's talk about gold rims. When you were interviewing Officer Byrd, you talked about, in fact, you played the audio transmission about the gold rims, right?
Yes, I did.
And it's immediately following you playing that you asked her about anything having to do with when she heard that or where she heard it from. Is that fair?
I asked her the reason for turning. She said gold rims, and then also brought up a unit was running by code 3. That led to me asking her if she'd be surprised, because she thought she went down third. That led to me asking her, would you be surprised if you went down first? She said yes. When I then played the audio traffic, I had told her that she couldn't have turned on Essential Landing for the gold rims because that information wasn't known yet. And I told her at that time that she was at the roundabout at 6th Street and 1st Avenue. I've since corrected that. She was actually between 5th and 3rd Avenue near Airport Park.
What I'm getting at is you'd played part of the audio in relation to that,
Yes,
and that was done before that sequence of questions.
I don't remember if it was before or after.
Isn't it true that what she said was when she finally got out, the city department guy pulled forward a little bit, so she kind of went up on the curb around him, and that she saw a unit running code?
Yes,
She didn't say gold rims. She said, I
Uh,
saw a unit
she-
running code.
during that same time frame, she does say gold rims. Because she said in the same time period, I remember words to that effect. The word gold rims was said prior to her pulling out on the Central Landing.
What I'm getting at here is what she told you was that she saw a unit running code,
Yes,
that when she pulls out, regardless of the sequence, once she confirms with you, later on, there's more conversation, right? And she said, I'm hearing things are, bits and pieces are coming out at different times, correct?
that's just not how I remember it. We'd have to play it.
In relation to those events, she saw someone running code, correct?
She did state that, yes.
And he was running code going which direction?
South.
Thank you for that, because I'm directionally challenged. Going away from the incident where we thought we heard shots fired.
Yes,
Because now we know that Riddle turned around because why?
because the driveway, he couldn't get into the driveway. And then he heard traffic about a person was shot over here at Vine and 5th.
And now that becomes the priority, right?
Yes, yes.
If we didn't have any other information, it makes complete sense why she turns and goes south, right? Because we need to go over to where Pew is. Can we agree with that?
I'm going to say okay. Yes. If she'd pulled out and gone straight to Pew, I do agree with that. I don't want to sound like I'm agreeing with the route that was taken, but I do agree that that is the priority. There's a life-threatening emergency, and the priority is to get to that life to save life. I do agree with that.
You made a statement. Pew makes a statement. She gets out when she can. She's trying to get there. She's running behind another officer, correct? He's already gone by.
I can't say behind, and
Okay.
and the only reason is the 13-second issue. That's it.
Let's take it a different way. You watch the video, there's traffic coming both directions, right? In
Yes, ma'am.
fact, she almost got creamed getting into the median.
I couldn't
I'll
see
define
yeah.
that. Did you see
Yeah.
cars going in both
I
directions?
see cars. I don't know how close they were to the front of her. No, I don't know.
She have to wait on those vehicles.
She did wait on those vehicles.
One of those, she made them stop because she just pulled out.
I can't tell from that angle, but
Okay. And she's now made a decision to try to get to Pew. She looks up 5th. What does she see?
possibly she saw Officer Riddle, and plus both sides of the street were highly congested.
Suggested both people going both directions.
Yes.
Walking.
Yes,
Out on this street, there's also a separate parking lot, right, off of 6th.
there might have been a vacant lot there. I don't recall. I know there was a lot of traffic. It was very congested. It would be difficult to get a vehicle through there.
Riddle never did make it to Pew, right?
No,
He didn't go all the way up Fifth. He couldn't make it all the way up Fifth.
correct. He pulled into one of the parking lots
And I
prior to it.
believe terms that you used quite a bit with a lot of interviews was this was a chaotic scene. There's a lot going on, right?
Yes,
Decisions have to get made quickly, don't they?
yes,
And can we agree now that you are aware that there is a difference between those timing, that where she was when she heard anything starting about gold rims is between Fifth and Third?
yes,
Processing that might mean that she needed to get somewhere quickly, and the next thing she thought was, let me take the next big intersection.
I don't know.
If we go from the time, now that you know the formula, from the time she gets to the median to the time that she's at the top of Maple and encounters that car coming backwards, that the time elapsed is 2 minutes and 37 seconds.
Did you say from pulling out of?
At the median to when she gets up to Maple.
I don't know what that time is. I did the time from the median to the park, but we're past Maple and we're through that congestion as well. I have not done the timing for when she's in the median until the curve on Maple. I just haven't. I could do it very rapidly if you want me to, but I just
Okay,
haven't.
let me ask you a different way.
Sure.
You had an interview, the second interview with Officer Byrd, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you told her that you'd already subtracted out all the time with other traffic and you had 5 minutes?
Yes.
Did you lie to her?
No.
It was a mistake.
It's the plotting point. So if we were to play this video from the moment she got into her car until she gets out of her car, it is 5 minutes. There's a
You-
lot of
You
slow.
did not subtract for traffic.
No, I feel like you're trying to confuse me right now. So the longest amount of time was obviously from the point she got into her vehicle until she got out of her vehicle, because there was a lot of very slow moving also on Maple and that. When I subtracted the time, I went from 6th and Central Landing until the curve on Maple. That is 0.94 miles. She was at Central Landing and 6th at 1947.16, and on the Maple Street curve at 1949.30. And that's 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
Let's talk about locations of injured parties. I was looking at your report. And you said in your report that when Watkins responded at the park after shots were fired, from the location Byrd began in, almost immediately encounters a victim.
Yes, this is Officer Watkins, right? Yes.
Can approach. For clarity. Are pictures of the park. That I have provided, and those should be. Your number 26.
tear
Oh,
everything
thank you.
up. It's on me. At least I didn't fall.
I think my mic is working. Yes. Okay. I'm going to show you an aerial shot of Fifth Avenue Park. Do we agree that that is Fifth Avenue Park?
Yes, it is.
And does it accurately depict the layout of the park?
It does.
And on the bottom corners of this, it shows the funeral home,
Yes.
parking lot,
Yes.
the extended parking lot, and there's one entrance and exit. Is that correct?
Yes.
A little bit further up the picture on Central Landing is actually the way you come into the parking lot for the Fifth Avenue Park.
Yes.
Right. What we were just discussing was the statement that when Watkins comes to the park, he almost immediately encounters a victim that's where Brittany started, Brittany Byrd.
Okay.
Please mark that on here where that victim was. Okay, so you've put an X on that.
Yes.
I'll show that to council. That's not where Officer Byrd started from, though, correct?
So that can be a correct and incorrect statement at the same time. What I meant by that was this is the area she started in and went that way. Is it the exact? No. Is it 100 yards? Well, let's see. I don't know how many feet that could be. I can measure it, but is it 100 or so feet at least away from where she could get out? Yes.
Where was her car? If you'll put a circle there, where her car was, her unit, when she was pulling out.
Pulling out.
In your investigation, did you measure that?
No.
Can we agree? That's not the same location that Officer Byrd started in, correct?
It's not the same location.
That victim get to that location.
You can see it on one of the restroom cameras. I forget which restroom camera it was, but you can see vehicles trying to get out, and someone lays down in the grass median there.
So it wasn't immediately. She didn't fall right at that location, correct?
When the shots were fired, no. Someone had to travel to that location.
She ran or walked, she came to that location and then laid down.
Yes.
Did you time it so you would know when that victim laid down compared to when Riddle came right by?
So I have timing written somewhere as far as when it's on that camera. I don't know what that correlates to with where Officer Watkins was or Officer Riddle or Officer Byrd.
Say it a different way. There's no way when this started that they would know that that party was going to eventually go to that location and lay down.
No one can.
Your mic does not agree with you. And in fact, you mentioned that in your interview with Riddle. There's no way that Officer Byrd or Officer Riddle could know where a victim was in this chaos,
Yes.
anywhere in the park.
Yes.
So the only information that they had was when Pugh, after shots fired, says, I've got someone who's been shot and he's in the northwest corner of the park.
Yes.
Council, if I could, we need about a 10-minute break.
Yes, sir.
3 minutes, 56 seconds.
Council, if you're ready, we're ready now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since we have been discussing Park, and I did have him note some materials on one of these, I'm going to go ahead and request that plaintiff's exhibit number 26 in your folder be introduced, and I will note this where he's marked on it as 26A. You do not have 26A. It's a live one, but we'll make copies of that for you. May those be introduced at this time.
No objection.
Just a little bit of housekeeping. What's noted as plaintiff exhibit number 10 is the AI form for Officer Byrd, and ask that that be introduced. It's 2 pages.
No objection.
Those admitted, Your Honor. Thank you. Can enjoy being Your Honor at least through the end of this hearing. I wonder if other attorneys do that. I believe we have fixed our audio difficulties and raised that. So if we could go ahead and play Bird's body cam from the beginning of the event, please. It'll take about 30 seconds, right, for that to come on.
Yes.
Helton's Record Service.
That's where y'all taking out a little bit?
We're not doing anything, it's private property owners.
So it's too late?
Yeah. That,
I'm calling.
okay. No, too late, that was on the truck, what? Yeah, I turned that on you,
I didn't know.
because he walked over.
They said
All these are getting towed.
The time marker that's noted there, who is that in that other unit that was sitting there? Officer Riddle is here with Officer Byrd standing.
Yeah, I think that's Officer Watkins.
And that time is 19:30. All right, thank you. If we could now play Officer Riddle's dash cam through the shots fired. You're going to have to move that forward because we've seen that part. Be just fine.
that look like a...
Thank you. That's good. That's good. Our time is at 19:44:50, so we're getting close to shots fired. I don't know any passcodes, and it's not playing the audio loud enough. Officer, there's a part coming up. This is- Please look at the time that he is about to make the U-turn. Right now, he's not running code, correct?
Correct.
Who's the trooper over there on the right in the closest parking lot to Fifth Avenue?
I have no idea who that is.
Now passed by the location where you have marked 26A as a location that a party is going to lay down in. You didn't see her there, correct?
No, I did
And
not.
that's because that has not occurred yet. Is that also correct?
I don't believe it has yet, no.
But at this point, Officer Pugh has had the information that we now have a shooting in the northwest corner or a shooting victim in the northwest corner of the park. Is that correct?
Yes.
Officer, sometimes when you're running code, isn't it true that people will actually stop in the road?
All too often.
So he couldn't get to Officer Pugh, and this is a different location. He didn't go all the way to the northwest corner, correct?
Yes, this is what I've been referring to as the west parking lot, which is south of that northwest corner.
That's going to be the end of that. Thank you. We were watching that video. You did notice that we had a state trooper there, correct?
Saw a vehicle, but I don't know who that was.
And bottom line is, he didn't come to you and provide some type of statement or help as part of this AI, correct?
No, he did not.
We've already established that Riddle could not have seen, nor Officer Byrd, any lady that laid down in that location.
Correct.
I want to touch on something a little bit more. You said that you are not in charge of the criminal case. At some point in these interview processes, you did state that you were working the criminal case as well. Is that correct?
There's portions of it where we have meetings and discuss where we're at with the case, ideas on where to move to next or how to push forward with it. So I'm involved in it, absolutely.
Said this was a CPD-wide investigation, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't go ahead and interview Autumn Smith, correct?
Correct.
Or Lopez?
Correct.
Or Philip Sweet?
Correct.
Or Major Presley?
Correct.
Why not?
You want to touch on each one?
Yes, sir. Okay.
So Autumn Smith is on B team, and she was on night shift. Autumn Smith did not respond to Toad Park for anything. on Saturday. And Autumn did not go to Fifth Avenue Park prior to the shootings. She didn't go until after the shootings. The people I was interviewing were the people that had actually been to the park. I was trying to gather information, whether there was illegal activity happening or not, the condition of the park. And so I didn't really have any use to speak to her because she hadn't been there until the shooting. And when this started, I was only looking up until the shooting with that kind of that wide net as to what happened. And
I thought you said that the investigation as a whole was supposed to be the entire weekend. So I don't understand saying that I'm concentrating on one area until you just decided not to.
well, so the areas, there were absolutely areas to concentrate, and that was Toad Suck Park and Fifth Avenue Park. There was nothing that occurred Friday night that anyone was aware of that to look into. There was nothing that happened Saturday during the day other than what happened at Toad Suck, which she hadn't been to, so I could get no information from her on that. And then Sunday, she'd never gone to Fifth Avenue Park. The information I needed was on those events that were happening because those were the problem.
Didn't Lieutenant Matthews not go to the park prior to shots being fired?
Yes.
You interviewed him though, right?
I interviewed both watch commanders.
So at some point you decided that Autumn Smith, Philip Sweet, Lopez, and Major Presley, you didn't need to look into because they only dealt with after the shots?
Yes, so that's the same for Autumn Smith.
Okay.
Lopez was never there.
All right. Well, Major Presley received text messages prior to shots fired, which he responded to. So why did you not interview him?
He replied 10-4.
So since you had that information, you didn't think we needed to find anything else?
So he's also a major. And like, if that interview is going to happen, I'm going to provide that information to the chief. And if the chief is going to interview him, it's going to be him or the assistant chief. I'm not going to interview a major. If the whole reason a lieutenant did it was because other lieutenants had to be interviewed. Otherwise, this could have been a sergeant if it was just the patrol officers and maybe a sergeant.
I can understand that that might be difficult to do. Was there any consideration to have, say, state police come in to actually look at part of these events and conduct the AI?
That wouldn't be my call.
I'd like to play Bird's dash cam to begin with. Yes. Or not body cam, dash cam. It's the very last one. You know who the individual is that just walked up to Officer Watkins and spoke with him?
I don't know who that is.
Anytime did you talk with the street personnel that came with the barricades?
No, I didn't know.
What are we hearing?
It's a dog.
That's her Leo K-9 officer, correct? Sorry if that hurts anybody's ears. I have interaction, pause right here just a second. Here. And Riddle are talking to Officer Watkins, is that correct? He's in the unit, Riddle and Bird are not in the unit?
I see the unit. I don't know who that is. I can infer that I believe it's him because I saw him a few minutes ago from the other direction.
Thank you. All right, go ahead and play that. Officer, what's the tow truck doing right now?
Floating a vehicle under it.
So part of the back end of that tow truck is in the air obstructing view from the park, correct?
Yes.
Conway, we have multiple shots fired out here fast. Where do you want to direct? Sorry.
You can now play hers at the end. We're going to play her dash cam to park end. Officer, this is where you're talking about that it's towards the end getting to the park, is that correct?
That's correct.
Officer, right there, if she'd been coming around that curve at 60 miles per hour, would she have been able to stop?
Probably not. I don't know.
Headed to the pavilion.
No, I need to have to go a different route to get into the pavilion.
Yes, and now I'd like to play her body cam after shots fired. It's top one. Officer, this starts at the same location that the dash cam. Is that correct?
Yes, which would be Maple.
We just have a dark screen because.
Probably her arm or something's in the way.
Is that Officer Sweet?
The radio traffic was.
520, I'm having to go through the grass.
He's already in the grass by the time he makes that announcement, correct?
Yes.
There were other officers on the radio.
Yes.
Who's the officer there?
That's Officer PD.
Hey, where you hit at? Okay, let me see. I don't know where. Okay.
I think it's on the shoulder. DJ! Cap not here, he's in the car, he's straight.
Hey, you got some, let's see. Way out, that hurt. He's right there. Do you have anywhere else? Let me move your arm for just a second. Just let me double check to be sure you don't have anywhere else, okay?
That's it, I promise.
This right here, where's it coming from?
Coming from this.
Okay, all right. Here, let's get some
This one?
to pack it.
Or
No. No, that's a chest seal.
I don't have.
You don't have like a gauze or regular
No,
first
this
aid?
is the only first aid kit I have.
Lieutenant Kennedy, did you know what Officer Q was holding in his hand?
I didn't know what it was.
Hey, we've got one right over here. Get a first aid kit out of your car.
I believe it was a chest seal now.
They put the chest seal down, but there was something else in his hand.
Oh, I don't know what that was. And I wasn't paying attention to watch.
I understand.
If you've got a first aid kit, we could use it over here. I don't know if you heard me. All right, here. Put those on. You're not going to. You're good. You're good. You're fine. No, we've got multiple. Many.
Over
there. It's a crowd around the girl that
Yeah, they right here. They right here. We're fixing it. We can get one of y'all here. She's hit in the shoulder.
Another person over there too. It's two people over there.
Said I wasn't going to pause things. There was a gentleman who's got less hair than me that was in the video. Is that Officer Sweet? He was part of and he's holding a med pack.
The officer that walked up wearing gold, yes, that's Sergeant Sweet.
Does he
Yes.
ever put the med pack down?
Oh, no, I wasn't watching for it.
Okay. You never know where I'm coming at next.
Sure,
I
just
understand.
Give me a little.
Yeah, let's watch that,
forewarning.
and I won't interrupt again.
All right, here. Put those on. You're not going to. You're good.
That's
You're
Officer
good.
Bird.
You're fine. No, we've got multiple. Many.
Two over there. It's a crowd around the girl that
Yeah, they right here. They right here. We're fixing it. We can get one of y'all here. She's hit in the shoulder.
Another person over there too. It's two people over there. It's right there. It's right there.
2309. Where is your GSW hit?
Yeah.
10-4, I'm talking about the severity. They're trying to prioritize.
Y'all need me to call any relatives, close family, anything? We got them. Okay. Thank you.
10-4. Okay,
Yeah,
just get some
London
dogs
on
out of there.
phone
We're
with
gonna
her.
pack that because theirs is worse off.
Does she need to go to Conway Regional?
We've got ambulances on the way. Did he take his freaking? God, get the paper towels out of there. Listen, I'm gonna take some paper towels. I'm gonna put pressure on there, okay?
Wait, it hurt.
I know, I understand.
Oh, I can't move my arm. Ouch, that hurts.
I know, I understand. I'm sorry. Okay?
No. I'm okay. Simone, let him help you. I'm not resisting. I'm just chilling. Y'all calm down. Shit. No, you good. I can't talk to mama right now.
We need to approach.
Oh, no, I just need to make an objection.
Okay.
I'm making an objection because we are watching Ms. Bird's response after. She was not disciplined for any of that. And as we know, Lieutenant Kennedy has said multiple times, Ms. Bird has pressed him. Ms. Bird has pressed Lieutenant Kennedy on, you said that her response was appropriate after she finally got to the park. And he said, yes, thought it was great. Thought she did a good job. We are now watching video, and this video goes on for a very lengthy amount of time with a witness already agreeing that she did a good job. If the purpose of this is just to see the other actions Miss Bird took and to say she did a good job, then I'm going to say, one, it's irrelevant, wasn't disciplined for any of that, right? Witness has already admitted that what she did was a good job after she finally arrived. So I don't think it's relevant. And I think that the witness has already agreed to it, and I don't see why we're watching a video that does go on for hours and hours.
Your Honor, in response, I would say this, it's already admitted. Number two, it is highly relevant, because let's remember there's two parts to this hearing. At the same time, you're also not only looking at whether there's been a violation of policy, but you're looking at, if there has, what type of punishment is appropriate. Therefore, listen, I'm not going to, I know everybody's looking over here and that's an hour and 7 minutes and 19 seconds. I'm not going to make you watch all of that. I wanted to get significant things up front so that you can view her demeanor, her actions, and what she has done. Those all interplay with response time and whether or not his assertions, this witness's assertions, are true or not.
Well, I don't think that anything, I mean, she's not been charged with anything after the first part, the guns, the weapons being fired and everything. I don't think there's anything in play that would make any difference in the ruling.
Your Honor, what I respectfully would disagree, simply because, again, this is two parts to this hearing. The second part has to do with, and this was an open AI investigation for the entire weekend. So if we're looking at her performance, it's not only this weekend, but we're going to be able to touch on whether other folks at the department may have had other actions wherein they were disciplined in a different manner, or what's the appropriate thing of sanctions. So that's my argument. I appreciate the ruling of the court. I'd ask you respectfully to reconsider that.
And I don't think anyone else has been charged with anything, so I don't know that it would be pertinent to this trial. So I think I would sustain.
Understand? We'll stop it right there. Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think that we're going to stop it at 4 o'clock today, and we will take this back up in the morning at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Thank you.